Hello, everyone. All right. It is time to begin this thing. It is officially time to stream. I have been waiting for this moment for a while, as you can tell from the title of the stream. I have two hair ties on my wrist right now. As you can tell from the title of the stream, today I
Forgot to
am
put the stream on and got scared when he heard "Hello everyone."
glad to have that effect on people. Okay, my headphones and like this damn controller are tangled with each other. Hold on. Should have gotten a motherboard with, I was gonna say with YouTube, but no, I meant with Bluetooth. With Bluetooth. Because now I need to play games with a cable connected to my computer. So that's great. I also have this on my head. Alright. It is time to get rid of C++. Once and for all. Delete it. Forever. From one program. But one class at a time, we get rid of C++ until nothing remains. That is the plan, to rewrite my terminal in C++ because no, to rewrite it in C. To rewrite it in C because C++ sucks. I genuinely freaked out at the mere thought of writing C++ again. Not happening. Not happening. By the way, I did a... oh my god, I cannot speak. I did a Lisp stream on Monday, and I really like it. There's more to come. More to come with Lisp. I'm officially enjoying Lisp. This is a code that I wrote. I've written some more since. This is the exact same code. Why do I... oh, I have it in two places. Okay. Because this is the code that I wrote, and then I moved it into here where I have just a bunch of same program in different programming languages. And yeah, I like it. I like it. I enjoy Lisp. It is enjoyable to work with. It is interesting. The REPL I was using was kind of shit, at least at first. But out of nowhere, it started showing me more error messages. Oh, great, thank you. C++ is the best language. It's beautiful. Its syntax reads like music and it's perfect for everything. Me when I lie. Me when I shitpost on YouTube comments. Absolutely not. Thank you very much, though. We are all entitled to our own opinions. You're wrong, however. You're very much wrong about that. I don't think you're being serious from the way that you said it reads like music. I don't believe you're being serious. Yeah, it does read like music. That's the best of Sumber has to offer. Sometimes it reads like, I don't know, that fuck-ass Eurovision song that won. Sounds like that a little bit, maybe. Okay, am I just... yeah, no, hold on. I don't know if I moved... I don't think I moved my monitors, and I'm not gonna lie, I didn't even clean this goddamn desk. But the chat was covered by this monitor, by this monitor. Can't really point at it, can I? The UK's Eurovision... no, the UK has not won Eurovision in a million years. Come on, don't lie to yourself. The Bulgarian one. Just absolute horrifying song. C++ kind of sounds like that. Also, like that one song from Israel that won a while ago. Totally legitimate, well-deserved win. Please don't nuke my country. Oh, the UK's one was also bad. That's usually true, yeah. They got a point? The UK got a point? Congratulations. I stopped watching a few years ago. Um, Mostly due to politics. And yeah, I made the right decision. I was ahead of the curve on that one. But also, what am I doing right now? What is happening with the multi-cursor? A song about counting 1, 2, 3 in German. Okay, so obviously I cannot listen to it on stream, but I need to know. UK Eurovision Song 2026. I forgot what year we're in, by the way. Look, Mom, no computer. 1, 2, 3. You weren't kidding. Okay. That was not a joke. Okay. Mm, lovely. Uh, uh, yeah. More and more happy about not watching Eurovision. He doesn't pronounce the German words correctly. Probably. I don't know. I'm no offense towards the UK, but I am not going to be listening to this song. Thank you very much. I did look up what the winning song was, and I was pleasantly disappointed. And I'm not gonna do that to myself again. But hey, look at the bright side. Spain wasn't there this year, so we humiliated ourselves a little bit less. So the description of the song is actually incredibly accurate. Counting to 1, 2, 3 in German. But yeah, if you just look up UK Eurovision 2026, you'll find it. I just got suggestions. Can you write an operating system? How did you get into OS Dev? You guys have been looking for a start, but everything seems hard. It isn't easy. It's mostly DIY stuff. You just kind of get started. It's not a beginner project by any means, but it is manageable. If you consider just like, you have to do it more DIY than the average project, because like, I don't know, if I'm making what projects do you even make nowadays? Well, what are people doing nowadays? All right, what are people coding with JavaScript? What's the latest in JavaScript world? I don't know, but anyway, whatever project you're doing, you can usually find a certain amount of resources, maybe a tutorial that gets you started. You won't find this for OS development, so in that sense, it's a lot more DIY. You have to learn to read specifications, you have to learn to understand the theory and implement it yourself. So in that sense, it is difficult, but actually, I think it's actually great to do. Just very DIY, which is why it's not a beginner project, because you do need a certain amount of hand-holding at the beginning. Something agentic? Yes, probably. I'm Italian, but I live in Spain, and I am constantly in pain. Actually, I don't know what the hell happened, but today, like, my neck really hurts. So I must have slept like this, like Jester does, just like this. So, yeah. CMake is the most garbage tool ever. Have I recently turned 30? End of the year. Not yet. I'm still in the grace period. I should be anyway. Apparently, maybe I'm older than I thought. Yeah, my parents lied about my birth date. Oh, practicing. Yeah. I'm studying for the. I'm studying for turning 30. Yeah. CMake is the most garbage tool ever. Randomly decided to take over my CPU. Okay, I skipped over a word. And didn't give it back until I manually killed it from a terminal. Very nice. Very nice. I love when it does that. Yeah. Average GNU tool, honestly. Is it even? Like GNU? I don't think I've ever used CMake. Was it you in my Discord that was saying? Was it in my Discord and was it you? As somebody was saying that CMake either works first try or never works, something like that. Because I very much agree with that. 26-year-old software, by the way, about to start getting the neck pain. Do you count as GNU? BS. GNU slop. We should call it GNU slop. Why not just run a compiler from bash script? It's not that easy. The problem is sometimes you do need a little bit of setup. This is very white and it's making my face very white. Hold up. There. You have some opinions here. Python is the best programming language. If Python was a Eurovision song, it would win. Listen, I appreciate the shit posting. Do know that you're wrong. You're welcome to shit post like that. Yeah, you're just wrong. In every way, shape, and form possible. Yeah, sometimes you do need to do some stuff for compilation that is a little bit more complex than just, you know, run this and build it. For example, might as well start opening the OS project. Right, in the OS I have the shared folder. That is the... Consider this to be an overview of my OS, by the way, since you're asking for it in chat. Closest you're gonna get, because it's a lot to talk about, but I did recently publish it. So I'll talk about that in a second too. But anyway, this is the library that has a bunch of like helper code, file system stuff, syscalls, all of that stuff. Right. When you compile it for a user-lent program, you need to call syscalls. But when you compile it for the kernel, you don't use syscalls. You directly access that memory. So there I have a little bit of conditional compilation. Also, it works for cross-platform, right? So this cross folder here contains the Linux, the libc, really, implementation of those syscalls and a bunch of other helper functions that wouldn't work otherwise. But yeah, we have this conditional compilation here. If we're compiling for the kernel, we don't include this stuff. These are the actual syscalls, the actual SVC instruction, which is supervisor call. The actual that's like, hey, syscall. We don't do that if it's for the kernel or if it's for cross compilation. The question that I have is, why are these two separate? I think I wrote them at different times, so they're separate. That doesn't make a lot of sense. But anyway, in the makefile, I have to decide, you know, when you're doing cross compilation for this library, you define this cross variable. When you're doing compilation for the kernel, you define this kernel variable, so on. There's some files that you skip. There's a little bit of like stuff like that that makes it so that just doing a bash script is not super enjoyable, considering bash scripts look like this. You could do it. You could very much do it. But yeah, it would look like this shit. Speaking of bash scripts and of build systems, since I was considering, I don't remember this code. Whatever. As I was getting Lisp pilled this week, I oh, this is not poorly indented. Hold on, that was fine as it was. The first if is this one, not this one. I was reading it wrong. Looks a little bit confusing for you. There we go. Anyway, I was considering two different things about Lisp. First off, how similar it is to terminal syntax. I don't know why I just made that association. because I was thinking about like how Lisp interpreters are built, and I built a terminal command line interpreter, and I was like, that's very similar syntax, because in the command line you have command argument name or value of the argument, or just arguments in general, right? These are technically different arguments. It's just the way that we use them. This is the value and this is the argument name. But in reality, there are two different arguments. Very similar to how actually this could almost be valid Lisp syntax. Obviously the commas and the way that it handles this character is different. The actual syntax is different, but like the overall like structure of the way that it works very much feels like that. I don't know if anyone is more familiar with Lisp. How shitty is my take? But I don't know, it just gave me that impression, right? Like when you do something like, I don't know, those really complex commands, such as and the OS actually has one. Those that has like a lot of pipes and whatnot. Yeah, kind of. This is Bash, by the way. Oh, it's called shell script. Okay. So this here is one command, then gets piped into this command, then gets piped into this command. If you did it kind of Lisp-like, you would do something like WC-L, then xargs. Again, not real syntax, but and the rest of the stuff that I don't feel like typing. Right, so it feels very, very similar in just the structure of the way that it's written. Then again, Lisp doesn't use these. Terminal allows you to like pipe things into each other, but it's very, how do I call it? Limited in the way that it works. Yeah, plus notation actually, yeah. Something like that. Yeah, in a terminal you could have something like... Right, in the sense that... really what I mean is that, like, the first part of the command in Lisp, or like the... what do you even call this? S expression. It's called an S expression in Lisp. The first part of it is the actual thing that you're running, and then the rest is arguments. Kind of very similar to how terminals work. Terminal commands work. Shell has to be very minimal extra syntax on top of program names to be practical to type. Leads to similar feel. Yeah. As expressions, yes. Let command arguments. Command arguments. Oh, okay, yeah. But yeah, it feels like that. It feels like just from, I don't know. I was watching something about somebody talking about Lisp syntax and building Lisp interpreters, and I was like, this feels just like when I built my terminal interpreter. And I was talking, to be fair, about the scripting language that my terminal would use being functional. Lisp isn't a functional programming language, but it did kind of create the whole concept, so. Let's start is binding destructuring without needing nesting. Really? Would you look at that? Yeah, I have a week of experience in Lisp, right? So, yeah. A week? Actually, I did it on Monday for the first time. Today's Friday, so I have 5 days. I have a work week of experience in Lisp. Yeah, it's just like my initial impression that I got from it. Another thing is, when I finished that stream, again, the code that I wrote is literally this. It's just the same code that I've written in all of these other languages, now written in 2 different forms in Lisp, functional and non-functional. I'm pretty sure you could probably write better syntax if you were better at it, if you looked at more documentation and whatnot. It's kind of ugly, but I said I would be open to writing more Lisp if I have something to do with it. And it kind of slipped my mind what that something could be. You know, since Lisp uses lists, it's a list processor. Something that uses a lot of lists would be very nice to do. You know? I just couldn't put my finger on what that would be. This is my build system, by the way. So, yeah, at some point I might make version 3 of this thing in Lisp, which also would add the fact that you wouldn't have to compile the build script, which would definitely make it a lot easier to work with. The only sad thing is it would no longer be done in my programming language, so RIP to him, I guess. But nah, I can find another use for it. I can find another use for my programming language. Probably should do that. Bash is just Lisp if it was Perl. What does Perl look like? Nah, just give me Google Images. What's with camels? What's with camels? Why does Perl have a camel? Why does OCaml have a camel? Where's the Marlboro man? Like, the hell? The Programming Republic of Perl. Oh, OCaml, by the way, it should have been in here. Should have made its way on here. I just gave up on that language. I was like, yeah, nah. I just remember the day that I was writing it, I was like, okay, y'all, I'm very tired. I'm just gonna leave it for next stream. And then I never finished it. I'm happy that way. I'm good with it. It has camel in the name? Oh, camel, yes. Okay. I thought you meant Perl has camel in the name. I was like, what? Clean line ligne? Ligma? Is this French? This feels like French. No. NL? Dutch? Well, it could be any language, to be fair. If orig lang equals to NL, then if... This is horrible? Hello? What in the regular expression is happening here? This is French, because erreur. Erreur. I'm sorry, French people, but... Erreur. How do I read that?
Erreur.
Erreur. Okay. That's not much better. That's not much better. I have to admit, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I kinda like French, but I kinda don't like French. 99 being the perfect example of that. The camel comes from the O'Reilly books having an animal theme, and Larry Wall suggesting a camel because it's like Pearl, ugly but serviceable. Oh, so they know about it. Okay, cool. Lien interne renommé, encre, table, la ligne, champ la ligne, if le langage originel est le Dutch, et la ligne n'est pas une div, return... How do you say nothing? Empty string? I don't know. La string empty. If a line... Wait, is this supposed to be is not? I think it is. Is not. Okay. Are we writing a manual parser for HTML specifically for Wikipedia that will fail if it's literally any other structure besides Wikipedia? Am I reading this code right? If la ligne n'est pas Wikipédia, return... Et la ligne don't even know how to begin to interpret that. Sounds like my classmates speaking English. Je suis désolé. Je ne parle pas français. Else if. It's almost elif. It's almost else if. But it's else if. Else if. Imagine, image, lien interne renommé. I don't understand what's happening in the French side of this thing. I don't understand what is happening in the code side of this thing. I am genuinely baffled by this code. It is beautiful. I love it. S slash égal 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 slash égal égal slash G. G? I'm assuming that was supposed to be G. Sorry, I got a little carried away. Merci. Okay, well, everything I've seen about this language I just hate. By the way, this is Spanish Wikipedia. Why do you have a French example of Perl? Has nobody ever been Spanish Perl? What the hell was that? Why wouldn't you use French when programming? Can you imagine making a French programming language? By the way, you could. Now, you know what? Hold on. Before I begin working on the terminal, real quick. See, the beautiful thing about my compiler, I can change the syntax by just changing this file, which, by the way, you should pick up. Wait, no, .config is not. It's not gonna realize that the language is this. Hold on, because I actually don't know how to say if in French. So, si. Si. All right. And else. Autre. Go to. Let's do aller. No, it's like, should I write it as, I don't know. I know some words, but like, I don't know. Yeah, I would have used pas. For, is it like peur? Pour. Whoops, skipped out. I keep skipping a letter there. So you don't have to make an English programming language. If you want to program in French, you are welcome to do so. You shouldn't, but you're welcome to do so. Alright, I kind of want to compile something with this now. Let's try. I'm not gonna change all the literals to be French. Can't be bothered. So I'm just gonna write something here. Let's see. Hold on. Another thing. Entière. So ent. Wait, I already did it wrong. It's not for. Now it's pour. Per? Per?
Pour.
Pour. Désolé. Imprimer. Imprimer?
Imprimer.
Imprimer. Can't fucking guess with this language. I remember this from when I wrote a Hello World in French, so. Imprimer. Imprimer. Désolé, merci. So yeah, whenever I go to France, I say like 10 words. You know, there's like an episode of Modern Family where they go to Paris and Mitchell is alone And he gets offended that everyone realizes that he's American, so he buys some French clothes. They don't look French at all, but whatever. And he starts walking around the city just going like, oh. That's kind of what I do when I go to Paris, and you would be surprised how far that gets you. That actually works. So yeah, I don't speak a whole lot of French. What else? C E equals 9. Then we're gonna do imprimer les dernières. Is that how you say the last one? Les dernières. Ah. Else is autre. Imprimer, which by the way is not an actual function. I never know where to put the pas les dernières. Okay, merci. Pas les dernières. And how do you say the end? La fin. Imprimer la fin. Alright. Does this compile? Hell yeah! No, it didn't. Expected el bracket found plus. Oh, right. I actually don't have incrementals in my language. So I kind of want to add them, but I haven't bothered. There we go, it compiled. There we have our French code. French brackets. Sans increment, no. N'avons pas le increment. And by the way, here's the beautiful thing about this. Let's we got it to compile. Now let's get it to actually run. First off, imprimer n'est pas une fonction, but we can create it with a literal, and we just print a string. Unfortunately, we do need to include here. And that is a non-French word, so inclure. Inclure. That sounds like a really bad word, by the way. Inclure. 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 Et inclure. Non, include. Keep that. Éclair. Alright. So yeah, the syntax highlighter is kind of freaking out on me because this is not valid syntax, because it only expects the word include C for this kind of syntax, but whatever. Doesn't really matter. Am I missing anything else? No, I think we're good. I think this should compile. Conflicting prototype. How is it conflicting? With a char string, you're including string. Oh, wait, okay, yeah, I forgot. Unfortunately. Oh, wait, I'm an idiot. Je suis une idiote. J'ai oublié les main. Ok, c'est parfait. Non, pardon. C'est parfait. Et voilà. Okay. Now we should be able to oh wait, I'm actually not. No, wait, I am. Shouldn't you be able to compile with that? Oh wait, does it not resolve this? Yeah, it doesn't resolve this. That's interesting. Kind of useless, but whatever. Too many arguments. Oh, pardon. You are correct. C'est un problème. Fuck it. Wait. Alright. The first programming language in French. We've done it. We've done it. We've turned programming French. Now we give up. Yeah, now we undo all the changes. 100%. By the way, the beautiful thing about my compiler, since again, I am able to change the syntax by just changing a file, it also changes this grammar.js file, which I can then send to a tree sitter repository. And it will update my syntax highlighter. But of course I need to do that part manually, and again, I'm not actually keeping this thing. But just so you know, if I wanted to make la langue de programmation, hold on, le langage de programmation. Every time I think I speak this language, they throw me for a loop.
Langage de programmation.
Le langage de langage.
Le langage de programmation.
Langage. Le langage de programmation est fini. Et... Oui. Et maintenant, nous abandonnons.
Et maintenant, nous abandonnons.
Parfait. I speak better French than Emily in Paris. La bibliothèque rouge. Right, it's not redlib anymore. Also, yeah, it's true that main is not principal. Mais, yeah, I would have to actually change the compiler to translate principal into main, so we're not doing that. Same way that, like, we don't actually have a print function. We just created this one. And it doesn't even have arithmetic arguments because the compiler doesn't support those. So I had to remove the I print that was here. Oh well, that's sad. But anyway, la langue de programmation en français. And if I add metaprogramming, then it's going to be a lot easier to just do this kind of thing. Which, maybe I should add metaprogramming just so I can compile French code. Main in French is hand? Hand? Program starts at hand? Are you serious? Hand? Hand? How do you pronounce that? Fonction?
Fonction principale.
Fonction principale. Yeah, that would be very handy to start with hand, but why? I feel like you're lying. Because this makes sense to me, I don't know. Oh, okay. Main in French is hand. Okay, I understand what you mean now. Yes. Yes, okay, this word in French is hand. Okay, I know what you mean. Okay. Yeah, so, hand, print, hello world, for... Ah, wait, hold on. This is the C code. This is the sad English fucking code. Also, I made a return int. Technically, there's no need for that. You know what? I may just add a... I may just add a preprocessor just so I can fully compile French code. So I can define this as void. I didn't mute my notifications. This as main, and this as en instead of int. Mais nous avons créé
Créer.
les les premières langages. That was a really weird word. De programmation en français. Really trying to beat those French phobic allegations that most Europeans get at birth. Wait, what is this? Damn. What language is this? What script is this? What is happening here? Cyrillic. Okay, I think it's the font that makes me not recognize it as such. Interesting. Has Zozing does something like that? Has he? He should. I feel like he would actually do something like that, so I'm kind of surprised that I haven't seen it, come to think of it. Alright. Enough fucking around. So yeah, it's so funny that I was saying, like, maybe I'm gonna redo my build system in Lisp. That way I don't need to compile the build script. And also, it has all these lists, and all of this could very much be done in Lisp. Lisp would be perfect for a build system. But then I would have no use for my programming language anymore. Well, now I do. French. That is a useful thing, right? French. And somehow I closed my operating system, so let me open that again. Again, I was excited about today, and then I ended up going slightly off-road on that one. We're redoing the damn terminal. I don't even remember what the bug that was happening in the terminal was, but it was really fucking annoying. Just because it was a C++ bug. Let me see if I can remember real quick. I'll just go to my history. No. I don't see it. Okay, I kind of remember what it was, though. Yes, I remember. Fuck-ass language. Alright, so terminal is a child of console. The parent class that runs both the actual on-screen terminal that you can open as a userland program, as well as this thing. Both are powered by the same class. Same parent class, right? Both that one and this one. Console implements putString and putSlice and putChar. And when I was working on making my system headless, instead of launching the app launcher and the Windows system and all that stuff, it launches just the terminal with no Windows system, because you're in headless mode, you don't need a Windows system. Or even if you choose not to have a Windows system, you can just boot to a terminal, even if it is visual. Cool. But that required me to override these functions. And I did. But then, it only overrides these functions when they are directly called from here. So I actually only needed to override this function. This is the only one that I needed to override. Because if it's headless, then we just transmit it over serial and we return. Otherwise, we call the original function, which prints it to the screen visually. We obviously don't need to do that in headless mode, so that's what we do. The problem is calling this function from the terminal class itself overrides the behavior correctly. It calls this function. But if instead I call it from console, in the same exact instance, this function doesn't get called. This one gets called. So this code never runs. And the thing is that put char is sometimes called by put string, which itself calls put slice, which then calls put char. So overriding a function doesn't fully override it. What is the point of this godforsaken programming language if it can't even do overriding functions correctly? Oh, we have inheritance. It doesn't fucking work though. So yeah, we're getting rid of you. We're getting rid of your bullshit. Possibly. Actually, yes, we are. Yes, we are. We're gonna do that. And instead, we are going to redo it in C. Besides that, all of these programs, everything inside of user shares a single makefile, which is this one. And we're going to get rid of C++ compilation in this makefile entirely. And Z doesn't recognize it as a makefile because it's called user makefile instead of makefile. Is it a virtual member function? It wasn't initially, then I turned it into one, and it still happens. So yeah, it is now, but it wasn't when I first did it. It's just a shit language, what can I say? Alright, so let me just real quick check that there isn't any more C++ in here. This used to be C++, was also rewritten in C. Alright, there's no more C++ after this. You know what's funny is I do think it did work for a bit and then it stopped. I'm not entirely sure what was up with that. But yeah, fuck this language anyway. That's just one of the issues that it had. It had another issue related to oh yeah, okay, this is the other issue that I had. This is the one that truly broke the camel's back. Is that how you say that? The straw that broke the camel's back? Something like that. Anyway, there's all of these C functions, even though they're compiled by C++, they're C functions, where I essentially have a pointer to the terminal, because there's only one instance of the terminal in this terminal program. It only has one instance. The only reason it's C++ and it's using classes is because of the inheritance. Right. I initialize it here. And then I was calling all of these functions from within the terminal.cpp file itself. The terminal.cpp file then had its own pointer to this terminal object. And it was being assigned essentially like this. It was actually probably called this, literally. And I was assigning it like this. This object and this object were not the same. The reason, again, I think, I didn't fully debug this thing, but this happened a few months ago. Something similar happened a few months ago, and the reason was that what you're actually doing is you're creating an object. You call the initializer on that object, it initializes itself, and then the object gets copied. And that copy is returned by this function. Which means that this object is different from the one that ran the initializer. Fuck-ass language. Fuck-ass language. What else can I possibly call it? That's what it is. Need to access derived classes using the console point. See all these stupid rules? All of these really stupid counterintuitive rules? I don't want to deal with them. I don't want to deal with them. I don't want to do this to myself. I want to initialize an object, and the object that I initialize is the same object that I'm given back. This is not some niche edge case. And yet it isn't the default way that C++ works. Instead, the object that you're initializing is the original, and then it gets copied, and the copy is what you're given. Why does it do that? Just a little bit of complexity. Why the fuck not? That's why it plays. That's why it plays. That's why it does it like that. Because why the fuck not? Why shouldn't you make the code a little bit less easy to understand? Why shouldn't we make the code that you write and what actually happens completely different things? Why shouldn't we make your life more miserable? We are C++ programmers. Still better than whatever they're cooking at the stdlib header. Oh, keep in mind, all the issues that I'm having, just C++ as a language. I'm not even using the godforsaken library. Alright. So, should this be a total rewrite of the terminal, or should I just un-C++ my code? The first one. The first one is going to be a full rewrite of the terminal. That's the beautiful thing. Why do you have your own makefile? You should not have your own makefile. Get rid of that. Alright, we're also gonna get, again... Zed, could you maybe remember what I tell you for like 5 seconds, for the love of God? We're gonna get rid of C++ files here. We're gonna get rid of the C++ flags. What else? What else? We're gonna get rid of the C++ compile. And that should be it. But of course, if I run this, it will now either fail at compiling or just compile an empty binary for terminal. Seems like it worked. Didn't I just recompile everything? Okay, yeah, it's failing. The input file has no sections, so it is empty, obviously, yes. Alright, so we're going to start over with main.c. We're going to, unfortunately, we're going to be writing this code in English, not in French. Je suis désolé. One more time. But I'm going to do this for you. Write this part in French. Return 0. Alright, there we go. Now, if we try to run the terminal, it kind of doesn't run. Also, this window doesn't close, and I'm not entirely sure why, but I can't be bothered with debugging that right now. Okay. Here's the thing about the terminal. It's a giant printer. Isn't it? Isn't it just a giant printer? It feels like a giant printer to me. So, I wrote a text drawing code, a little bit of text drawing code a while ago. And I was thinking, if I'm not mistaken, I should be able to adapt it a little bit, essentially so that it can print in a non-sequential manner. Mostly in the sense that you can print, then stop, then print again, because that's how the terminal works. It doesn't print all at once. Which just means moving the state out of the function that runs it. And then I think we should be able to get pretty far with just a very basic printer for the terminal. Obviously, there's a lot more behavior that we're going to want to add, but I think it's a good start. I guess we'll see. If it's a giant printer, where are the giant printer noises? Maybe we'll add those. Maybe we'll, well, who knows? Who knows? Who knows? All right. It also has the shell, which actually handles most of the behavior that the terminal has. which I'm actually glad that I built the shell a while ago, because now it handles that behavior, not the terminal itself, and it is in C, so we're good. The terminal really was just printing stuff at this point, but in an ugly C++. They're barbaric C++ as opposed to our enlightened C. Okay, so here, I forgot that I renamed this function. Right, request draw context is what I used to be like, hey, I'm gonna draw to the screen, give me info, give me something to draw to. I called it request app context because this technically has a little bit of other hidden behavior now that wasn't there initially, which is that it gives you input. If you didn't have input, like if you didn't read keystrokes before, you do now. Which of course we do. By the way, I kind of forgetting this, and there's an ad coming up, and I do need to take a break because I don't have any water with me. I'm gonna go get some. But somebody was asking about an overview of the system. And again, I talked a little bit about like the shared library and whatnot, but hold on, might as well point to my GitHub manually. In the OS itself, there is this docs overview file, which I wrote. It is kind of long because I tried to include all the features of the system, but it's just a very simple overview of the main features of the system, like the way that the file system works, which is kind of Unix-like, but not really, the way that the UI works, the way that you can draw windows instead of just creating them. They don't overlap. You don't move them, but you should be able to move them. You just don't do that yet. And this is going to be the basis for my system documentation. So yeah, it was supposed to be a much shorter file. To be fair, again, it includes a lot of information, how to build it, system architecture, system design. This is the kind of important part, and this part about the UI, and this part about the terminal, and this part about the file system. Everything else is just like developer information. All right, I'll be back in 3 minutes. Okay, I am back. And of course, I was asked before the break, if the terminal's just a giant printer, where's the printer noises? Well, here they are. We're gonna have a little bit of background music today. Should this play during the terminal while it just works? Just play this the whole time? Wouldn't it be nice? Alright, I feel like that's gonna be too distracting to actually play it. Also, it would be really, really funny if I got like a copyright strike for this shit. It should run out of ink. Oh, yeah. If you try to print something in black, it's gonna be like, sorry, you're out of red. Okay, but to be fair, the terminal literally used to be a printer. The terminal comes from the teletype. It's not a Teletubby. Man, you stupid piece of trying to Google something in English. That's why I looked up the name in English. Why were you giving me results in Spanish? It's called a teleprinter, okay. It's also called a teletype. This is what the TTY stands for in, these kinds of interfaces. And way back in the day, before computers had screens, they had literal printers. So the terminal evolved from this. And yeah, that very much should prove my theory of everything in the terminal is a printer. I should be enough with just some. I should have enough with just some text rendering. If I'm correct about this, which I guess we will see. All right, so we're going to request the app context, which is the same as requesting the draw context because it literally just calls that function internally. I'm just eventually going to rename draw context to app request draw context to request app context, but once I have a little bit more to do. The point is, again, you don't just get a screen, you also get input, in case you don't have that before. Alright, then we are simply going to establish, for a second I wanted to say there is no Y in teletype. Alright. Alright, all we need to do is commit the draw context, and that is going to give us the stuff on the screen. Then we are going to call draw text draw, and here we have a function called fb draw single text. We're going to be working with these functions in a little bit. We'll need to change them a little bit, but for the time being, we're just going to print bonjour les mots dans le teletype, which, according to the Spanish version of Wikipedia, it was a French word. That's what the Spanish Wikipedia was saying. It comes from the French teletype. Teletype? Teletype? I don't know how to pronounce French. Bonjour le monde. See, I can kind of read French. I have read books in French. I'm totally fine with that. But yeah, don't ask me to speak it. I kind of understand it too, but yeah, don't ask me to speak it. Okay. Tipalatel. What? You made that up, right? There's... Okay. You did make that up. There's a lot of French today.
Télétype.
Télétype. Les télétypes. Alors, c'est une télétype. Okay, we actually don't need to assign a point to it. It starts at 0, 0, and its size is going to be the draw context width and draw just context height, which gives us, you know, the canvas to draw the text into. That will do like automatic text wrapping and all that stuff. Although we have to provide a text format. There is also scrolling, which we will need to provide. And by the way, this kind of means that the same code that powers my text editor is the code that powers the terminal now. Which is, by the way, most of the code that powers just all text. All text in every code that I write is now just being written with this. Scroller. We do need to initialize it. And also, we're going to put it outside of the main function because eventually we're going to have a function that moves the scrolling. And likewise, we're going to have a text format, current formatting. It's empty, although should have... There's a really weird bug happening with Z right now, where if I accidentally type an E and then I press backspace, it doesn't delete it. Just with the letter E. This is the weirdest fucking bug I have experienced. I can't even do shift arrow. I'm kind of stuck, actually. I did not press the letter E right now. I did not press it. It just added it by itself. Alright. Just to prove that I am not typing the letter E. This is my keyboard, right? These here are the arrow keys. I'm going to move away, I'm going to move back, and I'm going to press the back arrow, and it's going to add an E key. I thought I was dealing with some bullshit bugs, but I would not want to be in the Z team right now. What is happening? You guys okay over there? I also cannot delete. I cannot delete this. It just replaced what I had selected with an E. I'm literally unable to edit this line now. It just added another E. What are you doing? Forward delete does not work either, no. I tried that too. Alright. Formatting allows us to define a wrap policy, which is wrap word. Okay, so we want to wrap our text per word instead of just scrolling infinitely. We want it to have a color, default color of white. I think I missed one here. And a scale of 3. Now here's the thing, the terminal did have... I forgot kind of how I implemented this. I remember I implemented an alternative to ANSI escape sequences in order to be able to change the text formatting and whatnot. And I do that with... Actually, with this new text rendering, it's going to be a lot easier because this text rendering is supposed to be able to apply certain color and text size properties to the text with a given range. And that's exactly how this thing works, so it should be pretty easy to do. I just don't remember how I apply it. Do I use a text format? How did I do it? Is it in the console class? I literally wrote this code like 2 weeks ago, a week ago even. But that's like 10 years in programmer time, so. Yeah, this is it. I gave it an embedded format, which I have to admit is a little bit stupid. Because I already have another formatting type, which is this one, text format. But then again, I'll eventually have to merge the two essentially, because the text format will go inside of this one, but it also has like cursor format. I don't know. I'll see. I'm kind of not gonna focus on this thing. By the way, it also required it to be aligned, otherwise it would crash. Beautiful language you got going on there, C++. Yeah, I'm kind of gonna ignore this, instead relying on this type, and on whatever I do in order to be able to render the same code in multiple places. Or like at different times, essentially, progressively. And then essentially redo this thing, which I never truly finished doing, with these types. That's just going to be a lot easier for me to work with. Anyway, the text formatting is going to be the current formatting. And again, the ANSI escape sequences will be able to modify it with the correct type. But right now, we should just be able to clear the context, give it a default color, which actually this code I can copy. Right, so this here is perfect. Alright, this code I'm going to copy. This is going to call /theme, which is going to give us the colors from the system in 2 color buffers. And the first one is going to be the background color. So, maybe it would be nice to keep this object, but whatever. Again, might redo it, might merge the two. I'm not sure how to make it work. So for the time being, we're just going to do a background color property. Yeah, I'm starting to feel like instead of replacing this with this, I replace this with this. Or I do a merge of the two. I'm not sure. Doesn't really matter. Let's not over-engineer this thing too much right now. I'm getting way ahead of myself here. I haven't even run it once. Alright, so there's that, the background color, and the current formatting dot color is going to be set by this thing instead of by this thing. Although, we kinda want to do this for both of them, which is just making sure that they have an alpha set to... that they have an alpha set. Alright, so that should handle that. And here we just put the background color. About the alignment thing, are you setting it on the linker for your user apps? It's for this specific property that needs to be aligned. There's also no linker file or anything like that. It's just very simple linking. This would work in C. Why does C++ need to overcomplicate it? Okay, so if I did everything right, we should have some text drawn. Bonjour les mots. Arch64 does crash. Yeah, the one thing that I kind of don't like, the only thing that I kind of don't like about ARM is the unaligned shit, because it's really annoying. Especially whenever you're doing anything with network. Network protocols were created to be as small as possible. And sometimes that means you're going to have some stuff that's like 3 bits long. Or 7 bits. Or, you know, a 16-bit followed by 8 bits. Same thing happens in hardware devices in general, but it's especially common in networking. And that means you have to be extra careful when reading or writing any of these values so that you don't crash on ARM. Kind of a big deal considering how prevalent networking is nowadays, but whatever. Alright. You know what? I am gonna copy this thing. The embedded formatting. But I kind of want to redo it. I'm really being so, what is it called? Not insecure, but I'm being so unsure about how I want to do this. But anyway, yeah, drawing text right now works, and we could build an entire terminal like this, low-key kind of how the original one works. But I think it would be better, again, if we treat it like a printer, right? So we progressively draw more text. Also with the ability of moving the cursor around, because this is a big deal in terminals, especially now that I introduced the ability of doing this. So yeah, I think I've decided. This embedded, wait, where are we? Did I delete it? Wasn't it here? I'm so lost right now. Oh, is it in the console? Okay, it's in the console, this thing. I'm probably gonna redo it to break apart these into different types so that then I can pass only the relevant stuff to the drawing function. Because, like, for example, the drawing function cares about the text color. It doesn't care about the background color, although it also should maybe, because that way you can do text with background color like this, for example. So it should do that. It should also care about the cursor. But maybe it shouldn't care about whether when there's an update you wipe everything that was there or you just continue writing where you were. So it doesn't care about that. And it also doesn't care about state, which I totally remember what state is. Totally. Hello, Lolliot. But yeah, the point is, this stuff is relevant to text rendering. This stuff is not, so it should be broken apart in that way. Okay. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna modify the text format to have a foreground color and to have a background color. It has how to wrap text, and it has the size of the text, which is called scale right now because we have a bitmap font with same width and height for everything, so we just consider everything in terms of scale. It'll have to be a little more complicated than that eventually, but for now it's fine. And spoiler alert, we will need to keep track of the current cursor outside of the function. So first off, I changed the name of this to foreground. This is the function that does the actual text drawing. Whereas there's this single text function, which is the one I'm actually calling. And it will not... this function just calls this one. Which actually is not the one that I should be using. I should be using this one. Because using a text format array, I can tell it this part of the text should have this property, this color, this whatever. Right, so it allows me to override this text formatting thing for a specific range of characters. So I should do that. But since it doesn't do that right now, yeah, it's gonna be the same code, just to use the correct function. We're gonna give it a default empty array here. Eventually we will add it once we add the escape sequences in. Okay. Also, this becomes foreground. And the background color there, like that. That's also the value that is used here to clear the terminal. And again, you are actually not used. Okay, I think we are good. Alright, so nothing should have changed right now, but does it even compile? Did I forget something? I forgot something. Yeah, I'm not done here, am I? Color is again foreground. And if we want to introduce the background color, we will introduce it here, which is well, I'll keep it out for now. I don't need it. I would like to be able to. Well, no, okay, hold on. I can just do it like this. If current format dot background, then we are going to do an FB fill rectangle using the current context that we were given. This position, the character width, the line height, and the current format background color. If this value is not passed, then this is not done, which is going to be the case for most other things, most cases. Okay. That should be it for introducing background color. But get current format, about you. Yes. Okay. The way that get current format works is it doesn't really give you the actual text format object that you're passing in here. Instead, it kind of creates one composited from whatever rules have been applied to the current section of text. Which means I have some actual text. I don't know. Something like this, right? The selection color here, the orange color there, is part of the is supposed to be part of the formatting itself, right? This is all white text with orange background here. The way that you define it is you say default color or default text format, white color for the text, so white foreground color. And then you say between characters 20 and 24, you're going to do, well, 23 is the last character. Between those two characters, so actually the way that you do it is starting on 20 for 4 characters, you're going to make it have a orange background. And you just send that information, not the foreground color. You don't need to specify that again. So what it does is it puts those two rules together and it gives you a a text formatting with a background color and a foreground color. So we need to handle this new property by just assigning the default and then overriding any values from the current range, which is current background. Alright, so we kind of have to do this part manually, the compositing of all the rules. Okay, so with that, we should be able to have some background color for some section of code. We might even be able to test it. But I can't be bothered right now, I'm not going to lie to you. I just want to see that everything works, and then move on to the next part, which is, again, to make this function able to draw at different times. So, able to do it not async, but, yeah, different times. Like a printer, doesn't print all at once, prints progressively. I did change the name of that property, so there we have it. Now I should compile. Well, it did compile. And there we have our Bonjour le monde. Now, here's how I want it to work. We're going to have a buffer. Contents. And we're going to give this buffer create. We're going to give it a size defaulting to 4 kilobytes. And we're going to allow it to grow. And this is going to be the contents of our text. Right, so for example, instead of drawing this, you draw a slice from buffer, contents, and now we should be able to just write to it, say something like buffer write into contents, bonjour, no arguments, and then we're gonna sleep for a second so we can actually see this happening. It's just going to write bonjour over and over and over again. That's why I'm sleeping every second, because otherwise it would do it every frame. Okay. So that works pretty well. I'm pretty sure it's gonna wrap. Fuck right off. The wrapping has not worked properly in a what? Oh. This is not an issue. This is actually an edge case, I guess. You're doing great work. Lots of love from India. Thank you. This is not an issue. This is not a bug. This is an edge case that I actually don't know how to handle. I'm wrapping per word, which means if I'm writing a lot of text and the next word doesn't fit on the current line, we just move it to the next line. The problem is I'm not writing different words. I'm just constantly expanding the current word because there's no space. So obviously that's never gonna wrap. But like, how do you handle that? This should work. I do think this will wrap. There we go. Okay, this works. Because they're actually different words now, but they weren't before. I don't know how to handle that. Let me see. Let's say a text editor that I can open. All right. I totally know what this is. Anyway, hello. I am writing a simple text file, and as I write, I add more words, and you should wrap. But this window is absolutely gigantic, so it's hard to get to the end. Right, so it does what I expect it to do. 2 doesn't fit here, so it just writes it next, and it continues down. Okay. But what happens if I just write a very long word and also I'm having a hard time not instinctively writing, not writing, but pressing the space bar, but I'm not supposed to do that because I wanna know how this works. Okay, that's how it handles it. That's how it handles it. It adds this character here, and then it just breaks the word apart. Okay, so mine doesn't do that. So if you write a really long word like this, it will not wrap, which means you do lose some information, because like if you're asking for text to wrap, it kind of means that you don't have scrolling, or that you don't expect to be scrolling. So yeah, that's kind of an edge case I hadn't considered. Oh well. Yeah, so kind of just getting started right now. So technically, I did what I wanted to do, which is I have a terminal that is essentially just a printer. It just renders text in a printer style. But in reality, this is inefficient because every time that it updates, it re-renders the entire text. Whereas again, what I said is I wanted to actually work like a printer, where it just progressively renders more stuff. So that means we need to keep track of how far we got into our buffer and in our text, right? So internally, this function uses a cursor, and internally it also keeps track of like this here, where it started typing and how much it how much it has actually read from the buffer, and how and where it has put each character. That stuff will go outside now. Ideally, though, I want to maintain this function as it is. So the signature of this function is going to stay the same. I'm going to create a new one. Also, no, I do not do leet code. I don't think that's super useful. It's probably just better to write something practical, so to speak. Draw text progressively. Draw continuously. Continuous draw text. What do I call this function? Yeah, something like continuous draw text, or I'm just gonna call it continuous. Yeah, I spelled that right. Okay. All right. So continuous draw text. I hate that name. It's because a very long word. It's not great. And anyway, it is going to take a cursor pointer, simply because it needs to modify it. And it is going to take a range to render. Like that. I'm not sure about that. I think it should be fine. And really doesn't require a whole lot of changes from here. All I need to do is about reporting GPU size. I'm not so sure about it. Maybe you don't do that. Maybe you don't do that. If I end up needing it, I'll handle it, but actually, yeah, hold on. Because I do use the size that this returns to calculate the size, like the actual size of the text content that where it needs to go and all that. And we're just also going to make it a pointer. All right. So again, we copy this code, but the cursor comes from here. So don't do that anymore. Don't do that anymore. And everywhere that we have a cursor dot, it becomes a cursor arrow. The IDE I'm using is Z. And why do I think C++ sucks? Okay, so I mentioned the issues that I had with C++ in recent days. Just a lot of really ridiculous behavior. Which is kind of very annoying. Like the fact that when I initialize an object, the object gets copied and then I get the copy, not the original object. That can cause issues if you're trying to control how your code works. Yeah, also some issues with like inheritance and overriding functions. But yeah, I mentioned it earlier. It's a little bit extensive. All right. I do also see this. Where do you get this max size from? Ah, right. Yeah, so this is not... No, keep that, keep that, keep that. Okay, you return the max size. Why are you doing it like that, by the way? It's weird. Alright, so I'm gonna get rid of this max size property and instead gonna replace it with out size. I'm going to 0 initialize it. I'm going to out size like that. And here and here and here. Out size pointer. And we are going to mark this, although this function may not be correct anymore. I don't know. Maybe, yeah, maybe it's better that we don't. It's already here, okay. If you need an original object, you need to use ampersand to get the pointer to the original. Do you see how... There's solutions to all the problems that I've had with C++, to be fair. I mean, the implementation that I had of the terminal in C++ right now works and was mostly bug-free. If there's any bugs that are not related to C++ themselves. But do you realize how ridiculous that is? If I want to create an object, and I want there to not be an object that then gets copied and I get the copy, I have to do that manually. I have to explicitly tell the language because the language has by default this ridiculous behavior. That is kind of my issue with it. All programming languages, all of everything, every problem can be solved, but like, should we have to do this to ourselves? All right, so FB draw text, we're going to remove your implementation, and we're still going to replace it with a call to FB continuous draw text, which, could you help me out with the syntax here? First value you get is the context, I know that much. Then you get the cursor, which we are preparing for you. Then you get the slice, and if I'm not mistaken, after the slice you get the range. Correct? Correct, you get the range. We need to create this range. As start 0 size being the slice's length. That is to say, we're going to render the entire string. Then after that, bounds, scroll. No, after bounds comes the size. So max size, we're going to give you that. Scroll, default format, and the array that you're given. Okay, so that should be the same function, but now passing these arguments which are being defaulted, and that should work. But you are complaining here about sizes. I noticed this issue, because I actually fixed a bug in here like yesterday, I think. I noticed these warnings, but I was like, yeah, I'm going to have to refactor this on Friday anyway, so might as well take a look then. Alright. This should be able then to only re-render the new sections of the screen, although it's going to look the same. But we should be able to just say append to the screen. We're going to create an append function. And this append function is going to take a let's say we do char pointer format and then veridic arguments, and it is going to handle this part, number 1. So it's just gonna print our format and also the veridic arguments, which, if I'm not mistaken, I have a function for that, because we can't just forward the veridic arguments like that. All right, so it's the buffer is contents, the format is format, and the arguments, we're gonna call it args. And I never remember the formatting for this function, so I'm just gonna quickly copy it from here. It's VA start and then VA end. It's not particularly difficult. Oh, and you do need a 16-bit aligned VA list args. Okay, so we're gonna take those and bada bing, bada boom. Alright, so that's gonna render our text, and this should give us the size that was rendered. In addition to the re-render range, which is going to be the current contents buffer size, which is where we're currently writing. Although it should be the cursor, since the cursor is external, but this is fine for now. Size is 0 right now. We're gonna do re-render range dot size being this. So we're going to be able to update the buffer, and then inside of this range we're going to have the part that was updated, so from here to here. And then, wait, hold on, not buffer size, you have a cursor. I forgot about that. We have a cursor in the buffer. We don't even have to handle that part ourselves. There is a cursor in the buffer. All right. Then we should be able to call this function but we do need to have the draw context out here. And contents is the slice that you're going to render. This is the area that you're going to render to. But here we need to put the cursor. Here we need to put the size, out size, although we're not going to do anything with that. And so yeah, this part is actually just going to be like that. GPU size out size 0 initialized, like so. Continuous draw text, which, by the way, I didn't expose this function on the header, so that was a bit of an issue. No. Here. Oh, that's probably why it didn't autocomplete before. Continuous draw text. So we're going to give you a cursor, which we're just going to be tracking our cells. This cursor is a GPU point, right? Though that's not a very valid value for it. Not a very valid name for it, but it is a valid property. Alright, so you're going to take the cursor, you're going to take the slice that you're going to render, but which part of the slice you're going to re-render is going to come from re-render range. You're going to tell us the size of what you rendered, even though the terminal kind of ignores that. You're going to keep in mind scrolling, so you're only going to render the parts that need to be... I'm not sure how scrolling is going to work here. And then you're going to take formatting information. Okay, so we're going to write to the buffer. We're going to re-render the text. And then we're going to manually tell the terminal to redraw. And we're not even going to do a clear unless it's necessary. And that should work if I just do an append hello. All right. Issues with C and Raspberry Pi Pico programming because I have to call 3 functions to turn on a LED. Kind of have to do the same in C++. It's not like C++ fixes that in any way. It's re-rendering the entire text every time. So it just gets progressively worse. It's like exponentially growing. That's what I get for using English instead of French. Because I was doing bonjour. But yeah, clearly I'm re-rendering the entirety of the text by accident. You're not supposed to be doing that. I'm pretty sure why is the fact that I never updated this function. Yeah. To use the range. Render range start. That's where you start rendering the string. And the render range size is where you... Okay. Yes, but. If render range start, is this a signed or unsigned? It's a pointer, so it's unsigned. Is bigger than the slice length, then that's kind of an issue. You're not supposed to do that. So we can just return in this case, I think. And also, if the render range size is bigger than the slice dot no, hold on. There's a little bit more here. We also need to count this in. Length minus start. We also return. Is that correct? As in, I'm trying to re-render the last part of the string, but I'm giving you a length that is incorrect. So if that's bigger than the length minus the start, yeah. Because this is the length of the string from where you want to begin rendering to the end. So if the size of that, of what you want to re-render is bigger than that, then clearly it's invalid. Alright, this is why I was re-rendering everything, because it was doing 0 to length. But so far it's been fine. Bonjour. Pas. Fonctionne pas. How do you say it? It does not work in French. Let's learn some French in the process. It does not work. Cela ne fonctionne pas.
Cela ne fonctionne pas.
So I said it right. I just forgot the first part. I said it does not work instead of it does not work. Totally. Alright. Pourquoi tu ne fonctionnes pas? Well, there is the slight thing I need to check of... No. Hold on. Does it not work, or am I doing something wrong? Since I'm using veridic arguments to do a proper string formatting, I can check. Right, instead of doing bonjour, I do bonjour with an I. And I increment it every time I print. Let's see if it's just overwriting the same thing over and over again. Or not doing anything at all? Okay. So is it because these checks are wrong? If the start is bigger than the slice length, then return. That seems correct to me. For that matter, might even be able to do slice length -1, because if you're trying to render beginning at the last character, there's nothing for you to render. So it's not even invalid, it's just optimization. Don't run the whole text, the whole thing, if there's nothing for you to do. Alright. Let's debug this whole thing. The range to be rendered is re-render range start, re-render range size. Zero through 9, 9 through 9, 18, 9, 27, 9. Yeah, that's correct. Okay. So the buffer is growing correctly. Oh, I was like, why did the string just get bigger? But it did get bigger because I became 10 and then 11. So 2 characters instead of 1. That makes sense. But anyway, yeah, the buffer is correctly growing. And you're doing slice from buffer here, which means we're getting the latest from the buffer. So I'm pretty sure one of these is wrong. I'm gonna assume it's you. I know that what I'm doing right now is valid, so I'm not too concerned about removing these safety checks. Just to see if it works, or if I should read the rest of the text and see where it went wrong. Okay, that's not it. Okay, so where did I go wrong? I is 9. So long as it's smaller than 9, then run this loop. Obviously, that's not going to work. It should be start plus size. Perfect. C'est parfait. And for the final thing, just to make sure that everything works, we need to put a space here because we don't accurately wrap very large words. And there we have it. That's perfect. That's beautiful. All right. PIT and timer interrupt for multitasking. I'm pretty sure what you're talking about is x86, and this is ARM, so slightly different concepts. Timer, logically it's the same thing, just the timers are called different and whatnot. Yeah, the logic is the same, it's just different nomenclature and whatnot, which I'm also really bad at, so you might be talking about ARM stuff and I'm just like blanking on it, I don't know. Point is, there is multitasking, which is, I'm assuming, what you really wanted to ask there. I kind of wanted to see what will happen. Obviously, it can't scroll. I want to see how it handles that scrolling. Because again, you can see how easy it is to work with the terminal here. When you treat it as what it is, just a printer. Which really shows kinda how over-engineered the other terminal was, in a way. But in reality, not really, because all of the stuff that I'm using to build this, which is like this buffer here, that I can just write to and it dynamically grows, as well as the progressive rendering of text. is new. I didn't have this when I wrote the first terminal, which is like the first thing I did once I had a GPU working, which is the first thing I did. So I did GPU terminal. It's literally first video on YouTube, by the way. Is there a PIT equivalent for ARM? What does PIT stand for? Hold on. What's the PIT? x86. The programmable interval timer. OSDev Wiki got Cloudflare? That's new. Does this mean it's gonna be up more? Because it's always down. It loaded! This never loads. This one never loads. The programmable interval timer, which is Intel for these, is an oscillator, a prescaler, and 3 independent frequency dividers. On modern systems, it has been obsoleted by both the HPET and the ACPI, which is easier to detect, and by the APIC timer, which is multiprocessor aware. Okay, so kinda just means that even Intel doesn't use it anymore. Meanwhile, this whole thing has been printing, and it's been working fine. Just keep it going. Alright. I kind of want to see what it does once it gets to the end, but there is an ad running right now. I was going to take a break during the ad. So hurry it up, please. Come on, chop chop. You're just writing text. Literally, the delay is artificial. I introduced it on purpose. What's going to happen is essentially it's going to stop rendering once it gets to the end. It's not going to be able to render anything else. But yes, we do have timer interrupts. Again, the logic of how it works is the same. It's just that you know, we use different hardware, slightly different configurations. It works in slightly different ways, but at the end of the day, logically, it's the same. All right, so that works, but of course, the terminal should scroll. So I'm going to introduce that in a minute, but I'm going to take a break. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Le français est la meilleure langue du monde, putain.
Okay, I'm back. You know what really sucks? I tried changing this using the inspector to say English here but French here. And it didn't work. So, thank you for fucking up your website, Google. Anyway, I just want to point out like how cursed web development is nowadays. Because we have a text area, right? This is a text area, right? Yeah, totally. Except the actual text is not in the text area. The actual text is in this div. So you can modify the div, except if you do that, it doesn't actually do that. It doesn't actually modify it. Man, I can no longer edit HTML to fake shit. What even is the point anymore? Fucked up. That is the most fucked up thing Google has done, and they killed Google. Which, by the way, they're bringing it back, low-key. It really feels like I'm seeing less and less AI overview in Google. So, yeah, cost to the token of the tokens of the tokens is really catching up to them. Okay, we have returned, and okay, so right now we're printing every second. Let's do 10 per second. Maybe that's going to be a little bit faster because we do need to fill the screen very quickly so we can see the scroll happening. It's still too slow, in my opinion. The message box on Discord is also fake. Fuck off. To be fair, part of the reason is probably to not allow you to do what I try to do right now. Right now I try to do it for just a little joke where it says English is the best language in the world and then French is the best language in the world. Both lies, by the way. But you know, on Discord you could fake stuff. So, kinda get it. Alright, so we don't have scrolling right now. And I'm pretty sure the renderer is like, okay, I'm supposed to be rendering new text, but like that text is not on screen right now. So even though it continues to try to render it, it doesn't actually render that text. I hope so anyway. Shouldn't be doing that. But I think we're good. Alright. Another thing that I'll eventually want to test, although, yeah, this might just be for fun if it doesn't work and whatever, is the fact that the buffer, which gets initialized here, is initialized with the can grow property, which means if you write too much to the buffer and it becomes bigger than the amount of memory allocated, it just reallocates memory, copies everything over, and allows you to continue. What's up, buddy? But there is another property which is circular. And I do wonder if that works. Let's do 256 characters instead of 4 kilobytes. That's a no. That's a no. It does not work. But for that matter, might as well test that this works by just making this really small. And see if reallocating works, because there have been some allocator bugs lately, and yeah, this works fine. Alright, let's make it even faster, honestly. Maybe I'll even remove the sleep entirely. I don't know. No, this is fine. Okay, let me see what it's like without this. And also without this print. It's kind of bothering me. Not a lot faster. But yeah. It works, but it does not scroll. How unfortunate. Another thing, you know what? Let's align it. That kind of didn't align it like I wanted to, but at least you can see very neat columns happening here, except for the end. And also the fact that, yeah, that does not really work. How unfortunate. Maybe if we add just more space, it should work. I believe it's also able to render tabs. It should also render... Okay, this is perfect. This is beautiful. This is beautiful. Yeah, this works. It should also be able to render tabs. So let's render some tabs. Fake to allow more styles on it? Yeah, probably. Absolutely beautiful. I love it. I love it. Yes. Yes. Very good. Very good. You do tell me a size. Okay, so I do have an out size here. I kind of want you to tell me the size of the height compared to the context height, because that's when we need to scroll, right? So I kind of, in my text editor, I do have some scrolling logic. I kind of want to simplify it as much as possible. Yeah. So it is progressive. Which means, I got rid of this. And I moved the size out here so that it's always the same property. It should accurately keep track, yeah, of my text as it grows. That's perfect. That is perfect. And you can see it stops growing because we stop rendering more characters, because at this point we can no longer handle the current location, the current thing. Alright, so scroll, is it per pixel? Is it per column? I don't remember. Scroll is just per pixel. Okay. So, GPU size. See, this is kind of stupid. I kind of need to... Can I just do this? Can I just do this? There's a bunch of places in which I used unsigned integers that I wish I'd used signed integers instead. And already GPU point used to use unsigned integers to represent a place on the screen. Which is why I created this int point, which is the same but with signed integers. Then I just replaced this one to use signed integers. So can I do the same here and also deprecate this type? Deprecating this type will require me to change code, but I don't think it's required for me to change code just because I did this. I don't think there's any size on the screen that's so big that it will overflow a signed integer, but not an unsigned one, so we should be good. Anywho, the thing is, if this minus this is bigger or equal to 0, we need to scroll by the difference, right? I believe. And there we go, we're complaining. Narrowing conversion. Narrowing conversion. We're in a narrowing conversion. Okay, it's complaining about one file, and it's complaining about the GP, like something in the modules folder, which makes sense. I think that means that I'm not gonna have to change it in too many play. Holy sh! Oh no, wait, hold on. This is just Clang being a clanger and not understanding that this is perfectly valid code. It's just complaining for no goddamn reason. So where are you complaining? 168. So here. Okay, that makes sense. When I get a screen size from the GPU, that is given to me in a unsigned value, because the screen size is unsigned. I'm just making it signed for convenience. Okay. But the draw context, ooh. The draw context continues to use unsigned. Okay. That is not amazing. Maybe this is not a change I should have made now. Okay, yeah. I do want to make this change, but not right now. Right now it's going to be a pain in the ass to do that. So, GPU size, go back to how you were, which means I need to manually convert you to an i32, but it's just a lot more straightforward right now. I do want to make that change, but like right now it's genuinely not the time to start refactoring signs. Man, your mom is an unsigned expression. What do you mean? This one is signed, but this one is not, so the entire result is unsigned? What the fuck do you mean? This, like, signed, unsigned, usually it's a warning, but I have warnings as errors, so that's why it creates an error. But, like, genuinely, what are you going on about? How was that an error? I have a signed integer, I'm subtracting an unsigned integer from it. How is the result unsigned? Bonjour, that did not scroll. C'est very sad. Wait, okay. The problem is when you're scrolling, you're no longer rendering continuous text. You're re-rendering everything. Again, this was also a problem in the other terminal. It just makes it a lot less performant, technically, but... Maybe I'll just need to make... Like, find some clever way of... Find some clever way of... Forgot. I forgot where I was going with that. Find some clever way of scrolling. But right now I don't have it. I guess it's fine. It's fine. Just re-render the whole thing. C++ sucks to the point that it's used in HPC for computational R&D and quant. It's actually really bad, I'm sorry, but... So much hidden behavior for no goddamn reason. It's not re-rendering everything. Why are you not re-rendering everything? Okay, hold on. Again, it is more complicated than this. But... seems to not be working, kind of. Yeah, we need to reset the cursor. Although not really. I'm just gonna do this. FB draw text. So re-render the entire text manually. Not sure why I'm recalculating this value every time. That makes no sense. Screen rect. There we go. And get rid of that too. Okay, and I need to assign it to this screen rect now whenever I get this. Great job there, by the way. I just lost the code, didn't I? Alright. That is still not scrolling. Well, first off, this should be here. Second, none of the rest of this code should render, or should run. Although that's not accurate, it's only gonna scroll once. This code should run. It doesn't scroll a single time, so it's not a problem. I think I got an extra T in there, but it doesn't matter. It's supposed to be scrolling. It just isn't? Yeah, scrolling needs a little bit of a new consideration for it. How I want to handle it. But should be scrolling, but it's not at all. That's, even though it's not super performant, I do expect it to scroll a little bit. It does say that it is scrolling. Scrolling. It does say that it's scrolling by this much. Should even be updating if I'm not wrong. No, maybe not. Yeah, it's not updating. That should update it. Oh god. Okay, I understand why this doesn't update. That doesn't change the fact that it should redraw at least once. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. These are negative numbers. Scrolling down means negative. It's not super intuitive, to be honest, but... Come on! The worst part is because I put a plus in here. Now it should also, like... unscroll itself, but it doesn't do anything. For the love of God. Come on, man. Oh, wait, this is not the right calculation, too. That is the right calculation. Not that any of this is working in the first place, so hardly even matters, but... Come on. Come on. Alright. I'm lost. What if I just force you to automatically scroll? Not even a little bit. Doesn't even try. Alright, so I actually need to debug this thing. It's taking the cursor based on... Okay. I'm not sure that this calculation is correct here. But if anything, I expect it to not render. Not to not move. Okay, so this is the only place where scrolling actually matters. You decide the size of the character and all that stuff, and then you only render it if you are within the width and height, including the scrolling part, which you should be. I'm confused as hell. Scroll is not the most important thing I want to work on right now, so kinda might just leave it for later if it never works. Never, not once does it work. Okay, hold on. Hold on. It did work. Kind of. Because it did scroll. In the sense that it got to this point here and it was like, okay, I'm done rendering. There's no more space for me to render because of the scroll. But yeah, the logic for scrolling is off, and I'm not gonna lie, I don't feel like figuring this out right now. So is there anything else I can work on instead? Just ignore the scrolling for now. Just kind of leave it commented out. Ignore it for now. Maybe plug in the shell. It's not like scrolling worked particularly well in the other terminal. Sometimes it would just break. So I'm just gonna plug the shell into this thing and see how that works. Alright. Shell is more code that I can take from the terminal. Here. Because it's calling its own function called create shell, which just creates this completely default shell for it. Right, so we can copy this, create shell. And that is going to give us a shell T type, or is it a shell handle? Not sure why I didn't see that in the autocomplete. Oh, because all right. So its code for the shell should be kind of how do you call that? Kind of blanking on the word. Unaware of what the shell is, as long as it just uses the shell handle thing. But it does have a default shell that requires all of these bindings. I just kind of want to run all the code for it. Or write all the code for it, I mean. Current shell. In a shell agnostic way. That's the word I was looking for. Shell agnostic way. So we're just going to call it create shell. And again, this function will eventually become more complicated to allow you to render, to load other shells. If I'm not mistaken, Linux does that through a file, something like etc something, I don't know. Don't remember the exact file. But anyway. Yep, that's our shell. It creates a shell handle, and the shell handle is just a type that has some bindings. So we could even not include these bindings in the create Sheldon thing. Does that make sense? Yeah, like this thing. Why should I put them here? Well, no, okay. It makes sense to have them here, but like... So obviously this will crash, but the point is create shell should automatically configure the shell for you, passing these bindings into it. Then make default shell should find out what the current shell should be and create it for you and do that. But also this binding stuff should be in the function, in the agnostic function that doesn't know what the shell is. Obviously this returns a 0 right now, so that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But the point is that I can reuse this code for all the shells, not just the default one. Right, so shell handle is going to be gotten by calling this. And if that fails, we're also going to fail. But then we're going to do handle bindings and assign this thing to it. Like that. And then we'll need to take these functions, which are here in the main.cpp file. But I kind of need to rewrite them. Yeah. But I do want to take their signatures, so I'm going to steal that real quick. All right. That's a lot of functions. It didn't look like that many, but it is that many. All right. All right, this is where we need to get rid of this prefix. I know we won't need it. Usually it's a good idea to have a prefix in C functions, but since this is a self-contained program, we won't really have that problem. Anywho. I need to include this stuff, which comes from really from here. But it is used for rendering. What's your problem? Oh wait, you're not supposed to return that. Yeah. Okay, that's your problem. Okay, so here we are going to print an error. What's the name of the function for printing? It's called append. Since I don't support this stuff yet, I'm going to call it an implementation error, which usually means you didn't do anything wrong. I'm just lazy and I haven't implemented this thing yet. And we're also going to forward declare this. Don't even forward declare it, just move it. On top of all this, there we go. All right, so you're going to append that. Then there is put char. So the shell actually gives us character by character. And the way that the terminal was handling this, well, was kind of the problem that I was talking about before. This thing. By the way, the terminal has headless mode, and I removed headless mode. So I need to bring that back. But I can kind of just copy this, honestly. Alright, so we're just going to create a boolean headless false by default. And I should do some argument parsing to know whether we're in headless mode or not, but can't be bothered right now. If we're in headless mode and there is a character... Oh, hold on. Let's do it properly. If there is no character, we'll return. We don't do anything. If we're in headless mode, we transmit it through serial. If we are in... otherwise, we don't call put char. It doesn't make much sense. Instead, put char is not going to be like append. It's going to write to the buffer a single character Why is it not giving me an error with this? I should have put it like that. Okay, it's gonna be a little cursed, but I can do this. To pass it the character pointer as a string, but not a null terminated string, just a one size string. So it's a little bit cursed to turn this into a string like that. But because we're not relying on C's null terminated strings, that's not really a problem. Okay, so we're telling you to write that, but we also need to keep track of the re-render range. Because when we put a new character, the re-render range size grows by 1. When we move the cursor, it... Again, I haven't even considered a cursor movement. That and scrolling, they're not being addressed today. Unlike this fucking char. Alright, so the point is we're just gonna re-render range size like that. And this is gonna be our flush function, where re-render range is modified externally. Yep. The buffer is modified externally by either append or put char. And this is the flush function. It does that. So you now call flush, and the shell calls flush whenever it needs to. So this does need to be forward declared. And you also need to call it with a current shell. Not that it matters, it's not used, but it is, actually it should be used at the very least to check that if the handle is not the current shell, we don't take input from you. Like if another shell, like a subshell, is telling the terminal to redraw, the terminal is going to be like, nah man, you don't do that. Same here actually. If you're not the current shell, you also don't redraw. Same really goes for most of these functions. You don't clear, you don't flush, you don't ring the bell, you don't do commands or control. Subshells are completely silent in that sense. Alright, so this is just scroll code that's left here that's, yeah, not very nice. And the indentation is weird. What's happening? Kind of just stared at it and I could tell it was bigger than it should have been, even though it's literally just empty space, but it looks weird. You can tell. Once you've been writing code enough, you can tell when it's a little bit off. Alright, so when the shell sends us a new character, we just put it in the buffer. The shell will eventually tell us to flush or re-render. We don't do that until the shell tells us to. When the shell tells us to clear, we're supposed to wipe the buffer, so we can do buffer wipe when the shell tells us to clear, I believe. The ID is Z. And should also FB clear the screen with the current formatting background color. When we're told to do a bell, we don't do bells yet, so we are just going to scream. Or even... And ASCII commands and controlling the console, we're not doing that yet. We're not doing that yet. So we can also just append something here and here. ASCII commands not supported, and console control not supported. Okay, that is good. And finally, now that I've implemented all the shell stuff without caring about which shell is producing that stuff, we'll introduce the default shell, Sheldon. And that's where we do create Sheldon. But it should no longer take this first argument. And what even is the second argument, by the way? I don't even remember what the first argument is. Okay, create Sheldon without this. Because new shell expects the bindings. I see, that's kind of stupid. That's kind of stupid. I'm gonna refactor this real quick. New shell should not expect the bindings. It's easier for me to create the bindings externally. Alright, so that, and what is this function again? Ah, right, okay. If you want your shell to have some built-in functions that are customized, you pass it a function that gets called to do that, to register those. Otherwise, we use the default function, which does these default functions, which actually come from the library itself. It exposes a bunch of its own functions as built-ins to the shell. Alright, so last thing is I remove the argument officially from the function call. And now terminal of C++ has an issue now because I removed this. But like, frankly, who cares about you anymore? I'm just being nice there. Alright, so this is enough to create the default shell. Nope, no it isn't. Multiple definitions of current shell. There are? There are? First defined on 24, and then complaining about shell 5. Oh shit, okay. There actually are multiple shells. Yeah, that's fine, hold on. Instead of current shell, we're going to call it a main shell. Okay, and any references to current shell here, like this one, should go away. Did I call it main shell or did I call it main? I'm an idiot. I called it main. Oh my god. That's stupid. Hey, am I done with my bullshit now? I am. Good. I'm not doing anything with the shell, am I? Forgot to do anything with the shell. Damn it. The Z theme is Synthwave 84. It's pretty nice, like cyberpunk type feel. Okay. Hold on, because I do need to see what the terminal here did by default. Although again, this is a complete rewrite, but I am copying all their code. Their code, like it's not mine, whatever. The main thing I care about is you get a keyboard event, and then you interpret command code. Ah, I see. So this is what handles ASCII. Right, okay. Let's not do input yet. The thing is, the shell should be printing something. Also, should the shell control the cursor, like the visual cursor? I don't know. We also don't need this anymore. Well, no, I kind of want to keep it for when I'm doing scrolling, so I'm just gonna comment it out. No, the shell is not doing anything by default, and that's kind of weird. Because it should. Am I doing everything right here? I'm probably not. Alright, so make default shell gives us the Sheldon version of this. Alright, that gets called from create shell, which creates the handle. If there's no handle, returns 0. Binds it to the terminal, then returns the handle. That is put in the main shell. Should I make the main shell like execute something? Am I forgetting that maybe? Uh, okay. I'm starting to understand why. Not starting to understand. I get it. Why this was here. Because you need them so that when you initialize the shell, whatever the shell does to initialize itself actually has somewhere to go. So that's why these are there. We're gonna bring them back. And I do want to have like the same everywhere for every shell, but the way that I can do that is by finding the function. Why can I not see? Okay, I couldn't see it. This. Call it terminal bindings. Take like that, and shell bindings, bindings, bindings. Alright, that should do it. Should at least print Sheldon. With a $sign for some reason. It does not. Wait, hold on. Okay, at the very least we do see it here, but we don't see it here. Why would that be? Could that be because flush is not being called? I don't think that's the case, but it's worth checking. No, it is being called. And I want to see what's currently in the buffer. Assuming I'm writing to it correctly. The cursor is 0 by default. Re-render range, I want to see that too. What are you supposed to re-render? That's re-render range start and re-render range size. I kind of want to make a like argument type that can render ranges. Not gonna lie, the string drawing stuff is kind of atrocious to work with. It's very, very long. And very, very ugly. 0, 0. Okay, so that's the problem. It's being told to re-render 0, 0. Even though... Wait, am I resetting it somewhere? Yeah, here, probably. Books for OS development. Do some malware analysis for my job. I've read most practical analysis in the K and RC book. Probably the best thing you can do is just write code yourself. Like, I feel like books probably only get you so far. Like, I don't know. It's like when you're learning how to drive, you can read all the rules about how to drive and stuff, but like, it's different once you actually get behind the wheel. Not sure why I went to that because I fucking hate driving, but whatever. It's what came to mind. Wait, okay, actually. Get a little bit better by just doing this. But why are you not working? Hello, the guy. And Goldfish, hello. Where am I modifying this value? I've modified this value somewhere. Here I'm resetting the value, sure. But am I calling append anywhere? Am I being stupid about this? Probably. Again, these appends should probably be prints for the time being, so that they don't go into the terminal. So there's no calls to append. And the re-render range is being modified because you're... Wait, no it isn't. No it isn't. I hadn't noticed. This is supposed to print flush plus what's in the buffer plus how much to re-render. And it doesn't have anything in the buffer. I kind of didn't notice that. I didn't notice that that was missing. That's missing. So that means that nothing was written. Is the main shell not the current handle? Why do I think C++ sucks? Wait, I can't believe I haven't mentioned this. I literally put it in the title of this. Main shell is not assigned. Por el amor de Jesucristo. Obviously, it's not assigned. Obviously, main shell is not assigned. This is running in the initializer of the shell. So, how did the terminal handle this? The old terminal handle this. Ah, it null checks it. So if the main shell happens to be 0, it allows any shell to write. A little weird, but I'll take it. Yeah, this is a better check. Alright, I'll say in a second what I can't believe I haven't mentioned yet about C++. But essentially the reason I don't like it is hidden behavior. Really annoying. Also, this function does not have a shell handle, so that's kind of weird. But whatever. Let me test this, and then there we go. Okay, our shell has a shell. That made no sense. Every time I get asked about C++, today I can't believe I have forgotten about it.
C++ is absolutely atrocious.
If you want, you have a 2-hour and 9-minute video explanation of everything, absolutely everything that is wrong with C++. Now, the reason that I decided to rewrite my terminal in C++ is because I've dealt with a lot of BS from C++. Specifically, the fact that, you know, like, when you initialize something, it gets copied. Other ridiculous behavior like that, which if you're a seasoned C++ programmer, you know that this happens, you know that this is the case, you know that this, like, how to get rid of this. Also, like, some issues with inheritance that I had in the previous version of the terminal. And like, yeah, if you're a seasoned C++ programmer, you know how to handle it. If you are not, like, I don't write that much C++, but like, if you do, you already know how to handle it. And even if I don't, I already know about these issues. So like, yeah, all of these things are like, I already kind of know about them. It doesn't change the fact that it's a ridiculous default behavior from a programming language to, for example, initialize an object, then copy it and give you the copy. It's just wasteful for no reason. That is just, why would you do that? Why would you bother doing that? Actually, that is a perfect explanation. This guy, Nathan Baggs, right? He streams on YouTube making a game, I'm assuming, not a game, in C++ and OpenGL. Latest C++. That he is brave. Anyway, you have this 2-hour video if you want an in-depth explanation of why C++ sucks. But yeah, every time he explains something, I get it, but I also fucking hate it. Like, why would you want to learn all that? That is actually valid. With C, there's some hidden behavior. Very, very, very little. Even Zig is like, let's get rid of it. While also modernizing a language like C, but also keep making sure that we can have modern stuff without hidden behavior. I think that's a very valid thing to want to do. C++ is like, fuck you. Not even just about modernizing or about hidden behavior, just in general. It's just like, wait. Yes, I've seen his videos before. But I've seen some of these videos where he's like looking at old games, kind of reverse engineering them, all of that stuff. Wait until this man sees JavaScript. You know, I have a theory. If you're talking about that Lazo guy, most likely he hasn't made a new video since this one 6 months ago, because he's genuinely working on like a 20-hour video on why JavaScript sucks. So yeah. Maybe that's what's happening. Maybe it was why he, or maybe he just hates C++ that much that he just made a 2-hour video on why it sucks and just said what he had to say, and that was that. That was that. He didn't need to say anything else. Honestly, both are very understandable takes. Both are very understandable approaches to this thing. I saw, but the bot didn't work. So the stream elements bot worked once in recent history on YouTube. On Twitch, it kind of works. Not a whole lot, but it kind of worked. But yeah, it worked once. I think last stream it worked. That was the first and last time in a really long time that bot worked. So thank you for subscribing. JavaScript literally has no integers. How can it be good? It's not. Also, who's gonna watch 20 hours? Me. You better believe I am going to watch 20 hours of why JavaScript sucks. I'm gonna take my time, you know? I'm gonna watch it like over the span of a week, maybe. That's still like a part-time job just watching a video. 20 hours is a lot. 20 hours is literally a part-time job. Or I guess half a full-time job. Part-time is literally anything else, more or less than that. But yeah. C++ does suck, I'm sorry to say. Married Unk. I love the name progression, by the way. Always getting better. But it does suck. I would 100% watch a video on why JavaScript sucks for 20 hours. Which is about the same amount of time that they wasted on making the goddamn language. By the way, whenever I talk about JavaScript, I bring up the dude. Is it Brendan? Brendan Ike. This motherfucker right here. But there is one thing that I kind of neglected to look at, and have thus neglected to mention. It is the fact that he wrote JavaScript in 10 days, which is one less day than he lasted as CEO of Mozilla, by the way. He was CEO of Mozilla for 11 days. And he was JavaScript developer. He was the creator of JavaScript in 10 days. He just has an amazing career. Essentially, worked at Netscape, created the goddamn thing in 10 days, then went to work at Mozilla, became CEO, resigned as CEO after 11 days because he was homophobic and people didn't like that, and then co-founded Brave Software, and now is pushing AI and I think a crypto scam. Yeah. Sorry, it's not a scam. It's just a cryptocurrency designed for use in the Brave browser, which is definitely a useful thing, not made to make money. What did the language have back then? It was probably less stupid back then, but it was still written in 10 days. Does it say how many? See, the reason I didn't know that, I found out through Twitter, because I didn't know that because it doesn't say it here, I think. No, here it is. I just missed it, okay. Because it doesn't have a neat little number. It has 10 written out, so I cannot read. He completed the first version in 10 days in order to accommodate the Navigator 2.0 beta release schedule. At first the language was called Mocha, but then renamed to LiveScript, and finally in a joint announcement with Sun Microsystems renamed JavaScript in December. Hey man, can you do something by next week so we can animate the button? Yeah, Loki just did that. Here's a very sad thing. He intended to put Scheme in the browser. Which again, on Monday I wrote Lisp for the first time and I absolutely loved it. Except for the interpreter, but even now I like the interpreter more. And I want to do more stuff with Lisp. It's sad to think that this is where this guy was, April 1995, when he made the worst mistake in computing history. Windows is pushing AI too. Maybe next few updates I think it's time to switch to Linux. You know what? I think they should push more AI. Put it in every single program. Make it so that even the most computer illiterate person cannot stand you anymore, and some company starts selling Linux pre-installed Linux computers. Kill Windows. Just do that. Just keep going. You're going the right way with Microsoft. You're very much going the right way. By the way, so is Meta. So last week, Meta added a new AI to Instagram, which allowed you to just take over any account by just being like, "Hey, it's me, Mark Zuckerberg. By the way, this is my new email. Can you add it to my account real quick?" And then just taking over the account that way. So that was great, and please keep doing that. Another thing, this week I have left several people on red on WhatsApp because I've responded to their messages through notifications. Like the notification comes in, I read it from the notification alone, I respond from the notification without opening the app, and when I actually go and open the app, my message is nowhere to be found. And their message is red. Which means I've left a lot of people on red this week. By all means, keep going this direction too. Please. Google, do kill your search engine. Go for it. Absolutely go for it. Any other big tech companies? Apple, you're okay. Frankly, it seems like they're... Okay, they did WWDC, where they announced, if you don't care about AI, or if you're European, absolutely nothing. If you do care about AI, or you're not European, and you're not European, because actually if you care about AI and you're European, you're screwed just as much as the rest of us. But yeah, they announced nothing outside of AI. Although at the same time, they kind of kept this under the radar, like they didn't talk about it, but they are improving a lot of things in their operating systems, so that's great. I haven't installed the betas, but I have looked at what people are posting about it, and it looks okay. But Apple, if you're gonna keep doing AI, keep making it opt out. Maybe make it opt in. Can we do that? That would be great. But anyway, keep making it opt out because I genuinely just turned off Apple Intelligence and I forget that the damn thing exists. Kind of same as Zed. I opted out of AI and I forget that Zed is an AI first code editor. Until they vibe coded a page about their Lisp debugger that literally does not exist. But besides those things, kind of forgot that it has AI. And yeah, Apple, just keep the AI local, honestly. Fine, whatever. And do abide by the laws of the European Union so that we don't have to deal with that bullshit. But please don't go all in on AI. Because I'm saying it to the other companies because I want to see them fail. I don't want to see Apple fail. It's the only operating system I can actually stand. Even my own kind of pisses me off sometimes. I genuinely don't have a whole lot. Um, so I have to at some point draw the line and just be like, hey, you, please don't fuck it up too much. But Google, Meta, Microsoft, go all in on AI. Invest literally 100% of everything that you have into AI. If AI fails, you fail too, but don't worry. We'll totally go along with it. The general public loves AI. They love AI. You have no idea how much they love AI. They boo. You know when they boo you? It's because they care loudly at you. Like Leslie Knope. So please, by all means, go all in on AI. Don't worry about what looks like the bubble bursting. Doesn't matter. Just keep going. Just a little bit longer. Any day now we're gonna have AGI. You can do this. You can totally do this. Yeah, they don't love to talk about the performance, not the performance, the environmental impact of AI. Maybe a couple more months of this. I think we can take. I did see vibecoders. Yes, it's great. It's just I'm a little bit scared that Microsoft is gonna look at this and think that it was not a joke. Although, this comment is kind of right. The fact that this guy is showing such a stupid idea and people are not laughing at it. I mean, I think it's supposed to be a joke. So they wouldn't be laughing at it, they would be laughing about it. But it's a little bit concerning that nobody's laughing. So, kind of sucks. But yeah, I do think everyone understands that that was a joke. It wasn't meant to be taken seriously. But I am concerned a little bit that somebody at Microsoft was sent this link, an executive, and they were like, "Are we doing this?" So, yeah, I'm a little bit concerned about that. One engineer, 1 million lines of code. I was just thinking about how I did that the other day. I wrote 1 million lines of code when I read that they did that. Because, like... Yeah, actually, last time I did this, I forgot stdio, so... Oh, shit. I think I wrote a V in there. Yeah. This feels like it's taking me longer than it took me last time. I'm a little concerned about that. Anyway, surprised that Clang is actually handling this just fine. Maybe I should have done another copy, but whatever. There we have it. Million lines of code, 3,165 in however many minutes that was. It's a .c file. Not sure why it wanted to call it a .h file, but whatever. I called it print, didn't I? Okay, this is not gonna work. Fuck's sake. I'm gonna... Yeah, Zed is not handling this in the best way possible. Wait, you know what I'm gonna do? Okay. I'm actually gonna make this smart. Yeah, Zed is starting to really struggle with this. If I'm not mistaken, this is a thing in GCC. Yeesh. Struggling for sure. My audio lagged a bit. Whoops. Okay, yeah, I'm actually starting to see it's struggling. Yeah. Counter, if I did it right, which it looks like I did because it's not printing any warnings or errors about it, is just a macro that increases every time you use it. So again, what I'm doing here could be done by a for loop, sure, but the entire point is to write a... Am I back? Okay, I'm back. So, it actually my computer panicked. This is my first kernel panic on Linux. That has never happened to me before. Also, this worked last time, so whatever. This is why C++... Oh, come on. C++ would not have been able to handle that. Wait, hold on. Is it a new stream now on YouTube, or did I handle it? No? Still same stream? Yeah, same stream. Nice. Would not have happened in JavaScript? That part is true. Alright, also, worst part about it is this actually worked once, so really sucks that it couldn't handle it now. Wonder what changed. Probably the macro. But we're not gonna try again. We're not gonna try that again. Definitely not. Python would have made your whole house burn? Yeah, probably. Alright, we're also gonna close this Google Translate thing. Alright, so this time I wasn't able to write a million lines of code. Again, probably because of the macro. I don't think Zed was the... Oh, to be fair, I did compile it with the terminal last time. Zed was definitely struggling. I'm not gonna try again. But yeah. I did write a million lines of code. Just FYI there, Microsoft, in case you care. Yeah, just so you know. Clang could have also been the problem, yeah, because another thing is Micro was able to handle that just fine. No, don't open that again. This handles it perfectly. It even does some syntax highlighting, but very basic. Probably like regex based. And yeah, I don't think it has a tree setter or anything like that. I don't think I've installed tree setter, so... Oh, maybe I did actually. I installed a bunch of stuff. I don't remember what it is. But yeah, I'm not gonna bother doing it again. But I do think Zen might have been at fault there, because last time I was able to do it, obviously it took up some resources, but Zed doesn't necessarily have the best implementation of everything. I showed that bug earlier where if I type E, sometimes it just refuses to let me edit ever again. And it only happens with the letter E. I don't know. Micro is similar to NeoVim, but better in almost every way. But it is just a terminal editor. Z is merging 10 KPRs. Actually, you know what? The more I learn about Z, the less I like it. I'm signed out of GitHub. Updated 11 minutes ago. You know what? I used to like the fact that every time I open Z, there's an update. I kind of hadn't thought about it too much. I was like, oh, they're really hard at work. I forgot that this is an AI first code editor. So, 38,451 commits. They have a .cloudflare. Serve some assets of this repo from Cloudflare. Used for Z dev docs. Okay, interesting. Cool. Kind of surprising that it still works. Yeah, I'm starting to get a suddenly very different opinion of it. But you know what? That's how you know I'm gonna rely more on my own code editor. But I still remember when I looked at Lisp, z.dev, it was there. I still have the page open. z.dev/languages/Lisp. A fast, modern editor for Lisp, M-. Clear syntax, smart tooling, and zero distractions. Do you have a guess as to who wrote this? We know who wrote this. But try Lisp in Z. What will this take me to? Just the download page. Powered by TreeSitter is the precise syntax highlighting for S expressions, quoting, and macros in Lisp that are highlighted clearly to keep your focus in parentheses. Now, let's just go look at my Lisp code and oop. Oh, seems to be failing for me. Let me do it manually. Oh, it doesn't actually exist. Or do I maybe need to install it from the extensions? Oh, it doesn't actually exist. This is a third-party thing that I don't think has anything to do with Lisp. eLisp is probably a dialect. We got Claude, we got HTML, Shopify. Nothing to do with Lisp. Oh, well, little AI hallucination there. That kind of sucks. Popular extensions. Why do I care about popular extensions for HTML, TOML, or Git Firefly? When really, I just want Lisp. Doesn't matter. Let's move on to debugging. Oh, native Lisp debugging isn't available yet, but they offer powerful debugging capabilities for other languages. At least you're not lying about this one. Because that's what a hallucination is, by the way. It's just a fucking lie. If you include it in your final product, it's not a hallucination anymore. It's just a lie. Okay, well, at least you're not lying here. But again, you're telling me about a debugger for Lisp debugging, but you don't have Lisp debugging. But at least you're upfront about not having that. Or, you know, ChatGPT is. But it was built for modern Lisp development, which is why it includes the following features for Lisp. Those are the features that it includes for Lisp. Thank you for listening. To the point that actually the only straightforward extension that I was able to find for Lisp is one for Racket, which is a dialect of Scheme. It works, because the syntax of Lisp is super, super simple. Genuinely, give me another couple days with a couple weeks maybe with Lisp to truly familiarize myself with it, and I can write this thing. And I auto-generate my own for my compiler, so. Pardon, mon compilateur. Because my compiler, my programming language now speaks French. Yeah, I haven't had that many issues with Zed, but for-profit company doing this for free? Yeah, that's true. To be fair, like the other big code editor out there, which is VS Code, is just run by Microsoft, so they can afford to make it for free. Even then, you know. It's heavily integrated with the Copilot and shit, so still make money. And ChatGPT, which is essentially like Copilot's cousin, so. But to be fair, I would not pay a cent for this thing. Does it work? Sure. Is it nice to use? Sure. Is it way faster than VS Code? Sure. But you're not even making it yourself, so what am I paying you for? Like, I might as well just pay an AI and make it myself, like vibecode my own thing. That is the thing about AI, by the way. What you do has no value if you're making an AI do it, because I can also have access to the same AI and make it do it. Alright, well. But you know what, Zed? No matter what you do, you will never make a French programming language like I did. So, skill issue. No, you don't pay Zed for AI. Wait, hold on. First off, they do have a business tab. I'm going to create an organization, so. Good thing I'm not logged into GitHub. There it is. There is Zed Pro, which, yeah, okay, it is what I thought they had for monetization, which is that they do give you a subscription to LLMs for all of these things. And they take a cut of that, pretty much. That's their business model. I kind of forgot about that. Zed is kind of making a language? But is it French? If it's not French, I don't want it. It is functional. I do kind of want. Alright, not bad, not bad. We're currently trying to raise 4,000 US dollars per month in donations to fund a long-time rock contribute. Same, by the way. France, Canada, any other country that speaks French? 4,000 a month. Let's go. We're trying to make this beautiful language happen. Come on. Vide principal, imprimer, per, ent, si, autre, inclure. There's even go-tos in the language. If you want go-tos, you can do aller. I don't have anything to print here. You can make it an infinite loop if you want, like that. French people? Donations? 4,000 a month? Come on. You know we need this. You know we need this. And by we, I mean you, because I don't actually speak French, but hey, whatever. I do like France. I like Paris. I've enjoyed other sections of France occasionally. But yeah, 4,000 a month seems doable to me. WinDev is French, but it's not a language, it's a whole editor for desktop apps. Where's WinDev? Oh, it's one of these. My, what a website. No, it's nice. It's nice. Yeah. It's gonna look like I'm closing it, but alright, this is my actual compiler test code, so maybe I don't want to have an infinite loop in it. But yeah, I just had to show off. We have go-tos in the language. It's called Ellie. And yeah, both includes need to be done like this. It's paid? I think I'm not being confident enough about the software that I'm putting out there, to be completely honest. I should start charging for shit. If Sublime can charge $100 for a Git interface, I should be charging for the French compiler. I should make it like Jai. You have to email me and ask for access. Otherwise, you don't get access to it. I paid Sublime people to... Come on. Come on. No. I just had a moment of like, why have I only been streaming for 15 minutes? Yeah, there's a reason for that. I kind of forgot I made my computer panic real quick. When are you going to make Steam and charge people $100 to upload their game? I thought you were gonna say where you're gonna charge, when are you gonna make a Steam game? But yeah, apparently I'm making Steam. When I bother with React Native again. Steam is React, by the way. So sometimes you get so disappointed in this industry. And every industry, probably. Sometimes you get really disappointed. And that was one of those times is when I found out that Steam is done in React. But then again, just like how today I found out Zed is actually super vibe coded, all of a sudden everything makes sense. And same thing for Steam. I should have known. I actually do ask myself how streamers who play games can possibly open Steam on stream. How are you able to do that? Because I open it and it already starts lagging like crazy. Yeah, Steam does run on a lot of devices, but like... Starting with the fact that you cannot play games on mobile. And you cannot play games on web. So, kind of a different platform. VR headsets are probably the ones that require the best performance possible. You should not be using React for this thing. Stream Elements is working now. That's interesting. Twice, same week. Did I say Steam is super vibe coded? I meant Zed is super vibe coded. Steam is React, which is a sin also, but a different type of sin. Okay, Zed, yes. Zed is clearly vibe coded. I didn't know they had 38,000 commits. But yeah, I've been low-key kind of realizing that, and all of a sudden a lot of stuff makes sense. Like why they added work trees in Git, which is a feature that I genuinely did not know existed, but it's borderline impossible to work with multiple repositories in the same workspace. But you have work trees. Suddenly, the fact that this decision was probably made by an AI makes a lot more sense. I do think vibecoders Z is a more of a sin, but honestly, it's just because the tech industry has degraded to this level. Before AI, genuinely, the biggest sin you could do is React Native. Now it's like, oh, it's just React Native, but you hand coded it. You're trying to keep a certain standard of quality, even though it lags like crazy, even though it can barely handle the most basic task, but like performance-wise, not because it's just written by something that cannot code. Oh, that's not so bad. We've just genuinely lost the plot, essentially. Why does everyone think that vibe coding is bad? I don't have to know any code and I can create anything. Can you, though? Because AI can really just copy and paste existing code. Which it wasn't super nice about how it got that code in the first place. But even ignoring that part, all it can really do is copy and paste existing code that is popular enough to have made it into, like, what the LLM knows. So, no, not really. It cannot really code. We can pretend that it can. They've been pretending that it can. I'm pretty sure the entire U.S. economy right now is based on the idea that AI can code, because it's really based on the idea of AI, but it's already been proven to not be able to do anything but code. Programmers are the only ones who are kind of resisting the very obvious AI doesn't even do anything correctly thing. So at this point, yeah, the entirety of the United States is based on AI being able to code. Zed started as an editor where you can send someone a link and you edit a file together and can talk. Then they added a video because WebRTC is cool, and the whole premise was to sell it to companies during or post-corona. Really? So does it still have that? It does have a remote development. I feel like we talked about this recently too. So they're really just going for whatever's popular at the time. Like right now they're doing AI, but like come back in a year and then Zed is gonna be like perfect for hand coding, and they're gonna ignore the fact that they were vibe coding the damn editor itself. Yeah, Zed multiplayer editor. Yeah, they talked about multiplayer. That's... Yeah, okay. So that is actually a remnant for when that was a thing. Multiplayer collaboration. And weekly releases. Yeah, this is definitely old because they don't do weekly releases anymore. I'm surprised there's no update between the last time I opened it and now. Anyway. I wonder what they're gonna pivot to next. Actually, I do wonder what they're gonna pivot to next. What, doesn't look like AI is gonna last much longer, so... I mean, it's gonna be around, but same way that Bitcoin is around. So what's next? Are we gonna get, like, AI cities in the same way that they're doing, like, crypto... what is it called? Blockchain... cities? I feel like I remember somebody talking about like buying a cruise ship and turning it into a crypto city or something like that. Just the worst meetup possible, but you live there. This is like the worst idea ever. Ended up not happening. The most cynical part of me kind of hates that it never happened because it would have been really, really funny. But also probably would not have ended well. So I'm assuming that's the next step for AI, whereas the rest of us are going to move on and the tech companies are going to tell us all about What's next besides AI? Quantum, we're not quite ready for quantum yet. They already tried the whole like metaverse thing, and that didn't work. I don't know, I can't predict the future. They're gonna come up with something really, really stupid that doesn't really work, nobody wants it, and continue the cycle. Instant sharing. Hand out a link to let anyone view or edit the code that you're working on. Code history as context. If they wanted AI to work, they would have done this a lot earlier. I don't mean Zed, I just mean like AI in general. But it's almost as if the whole point of AI is just to sell you tokens, not really about what you do with them. Async collaborations. Work on a branch even when you're not online at the same time. Edit tool improvements. Skills and UI for terminal agents. Woohoo! Your terminal just crashed my entire system, by the way. Just FYI. That is as much their fault as it is Linux's, but yeah, just a little something to maybe keep in mind. Hence, free coding, voice commands, and built-in calling for a more accessible workflow. Zed on the web. Oh. Oh, okay. Well, it's nice if you don't have hands. You know that's not why they're doing it. It's not an accessibility feature. Again, very happy I'm working on a code editor. Looking forward to working on it. Okay, it's not even that I hate Zed just because it's vibe coded. I do like it. I do enjoy it. But like, it's a lot of things click together when you realize how vibe coded it is. Oh, you know what I should do 100% though when they introduce that feature, the voice coding, is plug it into the chat TTS. So you can introduce features by doing that. You know how they used to do like those gaming streams that were like chat plays Pokemon, chat plays Elden Ring, that, but chat vibe codes an application. Did I say Chad? Oh, sure, somebody's called Chad. Also, chat vibe codes an application. Chat gets root access to my laptop. Yeah, whatever. Speaking of which, several people have been talking about getting together and building GTA 6 with the newest Claude, which I think is called Fable, like the game that a lot of people are also talking about nowadays. So it's a little bit confusing because I see a tweet about Fable and I'm like, ooh, we're talking about the game. Never mind, shut the fuck up. Moving on. But yeah, I've seen several tweets from people saying that they're going to be vibe coding GTA 6 because Rockstar's taking too long. So, it's great. It's wonderful. And try not to go bankrupt. Because you are an individual and not a corporation. If you are a corporation doing that, go all in. Spend as much as you need to. Alright, the GTA 6 reward, you're gonna create GTA 6 before Rockstar. You're gonna rake in trillions. So if you're a corporation that wants to do this, go all in. If you're an individual, try not to go broke. 2 Claude Fable and 5 Claude Mythos. Yeah, go for GTA 7 while we're at it. Yeah, 100%. Go for GTA 7. Well, GTA 6 is old news already. Everything's moving so fast with AI. GTA 6 is old news. We got a GTA 7. Yeah, also, I was talking about how I always thought that Mythos was marketing, and that, the reason that it was able to find some vulnerabilities is that it found a million non-vulnerabilities that it just hallucinated, but eventually like 2 of them were real. And now that people actually have access to the damn thing, seems like it's not that good. Oh no. If only somebody could have seen this coming. Which, to be fair, a lot of people said it's probably just marketing. But, most tech influencers love to talk about, oh, but maybe this is the one. Not sponsored by Claude. But I am sponsored by several other companies that offer something around it. So, I'm not making money from Anthropic directly. I'm just making money off of them indirectly. So, I am unbiased. But yeah, turns out they were also right. Yeah, we kind of saw it coming. Mythos was not actually so dangerous it couldn't be released to the public. It was released like 2 months later. It's just like... Anyway, people are going to continue listening to Anthropic. They're going to continue giving them the benefit of the doubt. They're going to continue believing that maybe AI will get good, and that if right now you look at AI and it's not good, you're the issue, not the AI, because everyone else is able to do it. So, it's like the Emperor's new clothes. He is wearing new clothes. You can't see them because you're not a good person. But he is wearing new clothes, so trust me, AI is good. If you don't believe that, you're just using it wrong. Trust. Continue spending money on it. Buy the subscription. Spend the tokens. Go for it. It's gonna be great. Anyway. Alright, I'm seeing some C++ defense in the chat on YouTube. No, I'm sorry, but no. So I am gonna end the stream, but I am gonna end the stream by also recommending for one last time. I even memorized the guy's name, like not even the video itself, just the guy's name. We have this thing here.
C++ is absolutely atrocious.
2-hour video, in case you're interested. Loki, wish you could raid a YouTube video, so I could send everyone who's watching right now to this YouTube video. But yeah, in case you were wondering, you know what? Screw it. There you go, a little 2-hour video to, talk about what is wrong with C++. Frankly, it's a little bit short for my liking, for my taste. 4 hours could maybe more accurately represent what is wrong with C++. But, jump ahead, what's that? Oh. That is usually...
code in many situations.
Oh, it's a premium feature. That's really stupid. Did this jump ahead feature make your YouTube experience far better or worse? Far worse. Because it's an AI feature, so I'm just going to vote with my wallet. Yeah, C++ has a lot of bloat and a lot of hidden complexity that should not be there in the first place. Not even the fact that it has hidden complexity. A lot of higher level languages have that. Are you comparing this to this? Because it's like comparing shit and diarrhea. Like, they both kind of suck. Also, I don't know which one is shit and which one... Is it comparing vomit and diarrhea? Okay, so they both really suck. Because the other one, there's a clear one that's better. No, this is just... They both are awful. So maybe that's not the best comparison. To be fair, I watched this video once when it came out, and that was about it. I do have premium. I cannot imagine watching a single ad in my life. I avoid them as much as possible. So yeah, YouTube Premium is really worth it when you do that. Also for mobile and whatnot. If everyone just uses AI and no one is good at... Well, no, everyone uses AI. The thing is, like, there's so many competent engineers who don't talk about what they do online. So there's plenty of people who don't use AI. Or even if they use it, they're smart enough to understand its limitations, which are a lot, and its usefulness, which is little, and they only use it for what's useful, and they don't go past its limits, thus retaining most of their skill, and also being reasonable about the goddamn thing. But yeah, like, again, with content creators, there is a monetary incentive so many times. Because, like, oh, AI doesn't really work for me. However, maybe it's a me issue. By the way, this video is sponsored by Cursor. A little bit of a conflict of interest, isn't it? There's some that are more overt than that, some that are less overt than that, but you kind of start to notice that little pattern when you look at their content. It's like they don't seem to like AI from the way that they talk about it. They seem to think it's not very useful, but they will never say that. They'll always very carefully tiptoe around it in a way that allows them to retain the sponsors that they have. I can't blame them. I do get sponsorship opportunities from AI companies, but like I was already not taking sponsorships even if it wasn't AI companies, but I 100% will not take a sponsorship from an AI company. Cause that's stupid. But then again, this is not my full-time job, so I make money elsewhere. I don't need this to pay my rent. That's why I don't take sponsorships. If I needed it, maybe that would be a different story. But, still a little bit of sellout behavior there. But yeah, there are people who still like don't use AI or use it in a very limited capacity that, makes them reasonable and they're actually good at what they do because of it. And most importantly, you can easily just ignore the AI. Oh, I think they're lying to you? That video? Yeah. Hold on. A very spineless video, by the way. I only was able to make it like 3 minutes in, and then I was like, please stop. Okay, it's sponsored by Linear, not by any AI company, at least. I don't think I'm gonna see AI as the first thing on their website. Never mind. Never mind. This is very much one of the people that I was talking about, by the way. I use AI, but it's not really useful. It doesn't really help me. It gets in my way more than it helps me because he is an actual competent engineer. He knows what he's doing. He does do a lot of like Vim configs and whatnot, NeoVim configs and whatnot. Like, not super useful, not super interesting software, but hey, whatever. Just do whatever you want. But he is a competent engineer. So when he uses AI, it doesn't really work. But then he's like, by the way, if you don't use AI, you're a Luddite. By the way, this video is sponsored by AI company. Jira does. It's not even that bad. It works. It's fine. It's not good. It's just there, I guess. Hasn't changed in years significantly. They also added AI, but like, it doesn't really do much. It's fine. It's just very corporate. But like, when you work in corporate, you're used to corporate software, you don't even notice it. So yeah, user end side it is corporate. It's corporate software. Once you're used to corporate software, that's just how it works. And yeah, you kind of don't even notice it anymore. At least it works. At least it's not super vibe coded. Again, the bar is in the basement right now. It's actually in a second sub basement. It's on level -2. It's actively going down. It's in an elevator, like an express elevator going down. The bar is descending as we speak. But it works. The software works. That's the most you can ask for nowadays. I only use Ubuntu. I don't really need I only use Ubuntu. I don't like Linux. It is true that I don't like Linux, but I do use it. I don't need Windows for anything. Can you go under the table and mime the elevator? No, I will not stoop that low. Sorry. The Mojang one doesn't work. It's always down. Well, it's hosted by Microsoft. It's like GitHub. What's the current uptime for GitHub? Keeps going down. And this is way above the bar, by the way. Absolutely amazing. 76 incidents in the last 90 days. Yep. You should just put it as like 14 days with no incident in the last 90 days. 0 days since the last incident, and just make that like a static text, because it's always going to be true. Mojira? Where's Mojira? Oh! Mojang Jira. Okay. Wait, that loaded really quick. The bar is on level -3! It loaded quickly. That actually sounded impressive to me. The website loaded quickly and I was like, whoa! That's nice! Genuinely, what the fuck? Yeah, the bar has reached level -5 as we speak. The bar is expected to reach the core of the Earth sometime next week, probably. Yeah, the official one. I actually haven't... I don't play Minecraft that much. Did it not load properly, or does it actually look like this? Because it feels like there's missing style. No, it actually looks like that. Okay. It's not that it's slow or it had an issue, it's just that it's ugly. Okay, that's fine. Maybe it looks better on... Nope! It did, a little bit. But it's not worth it. Copper Golem using chest in its range while being leashed. Oh, okay. Alright. Well, the bar is currently in the pits of hell. And software is fucking depressing nowadays. I don't know what to say. Like, everything fucking sucks. Again, this entire week I've been leaving people on red because my messages were not being sent to them. Just a little cute little thing from a niche little app that nobody uses called WhatsApp. So if you're American, that is actually true. It's a niche little app that nobody uses. If you're literally from anywhere else in the world, you know how significant it is. You know, nothing works. It's fine. It's fine. Microsoft, Meta, Google, I do think go all in on AI. The gambling is working. The gamble is working. Go all in. You don't have a gambling problem. Go for it. And if your company dies in the process, well, that's a sacrifice that I'm willing to make. Oh no. I will shed a tear. Maybe I'm just not hydrated enough. I don't know. Anyway. I'm going to end the stream now. Tomorrow, I'm going to figure out the thing I don't want to figure out, which is making my terminal scroll. Which is really just making my text rendering scroll. Yeah, I genuinely find it so funny that right now my terminal, my code editor, and my game's UI all use the same exact rendering function. That is absolutely ridiculous. Literally all my text rendering needs are handled by 155 lines of code. Which, these are actually utilities that have nothing to do with it. This is just a function that calls another function, which itself calls another function. So, all my text rendering is handled by 61 lines of code. And all that without React. Anyway. Yeah, I'll need to figure out how to do scrolling properly with the terminal. And then after that, I kind of have a better terminal than I had before. Oh, I'll need to handle like cursor as well. It's a lot of logic there that I don't feel like figuring out today. So yeah, after that we're going to have a better terminal with less code. C instead of C++, without all that hidden behavior. And that's about it because it looks the same. Alright, there is an ad on Twitch right now, so I don't want to end the stream immediately, although I do feel bad about running an ad right as I'm about to end the stream. I didn't notice the ad was running, so sorry about that. But I'm at least going to wait for the ad to finish. Maybe some water will finally make me shed a tear in case Microsoft, Google, or Meta go down. Nope, still no tear. How sad. Alright, so tomorrow I'm going to figure out scrolling, I'm going to figure out the cursor, and there are still a few features that I haven't ported over from the other terminal. But hey, this is really all the code that we need for it. This and the 60 lines for rendering text. Not half bad. Oh, and you know, how many lines do we even have? 59,000 lines of the entire thing. That is kernel, shared library, all the drivers, even the ones that are not included in your build, all the built-in applications, built-in utilities, well, pre-installed utilities, because built-in means something else. And nothing else, technically. 59,000 lines of code. Not bad. Alright. Well, that's going to be the end of it. Sorry for running on that right as the stream is ending, but I didn't realize. Tomorrow I'm streaming again in the evening, so 8:30 p.m. And we're going to do some more, that's 8:30 p.m. Central European time. We're doing some more terminal stuff. We're doing some technically text rendering stuff, but that's because the terminal is just a giant printer. Alright, thank you so much everybody. I'll see you tomorrow.